Can we have the media complete their business and leave the room? Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to our host, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, Minister Javier Acha, to address you. Can we have the room, please, without media blocking our views now? Thank you. Is somebody organizing the room? The media is still there.
Vamos. Hola. Buenos días.
You should get them out.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Welcome, dear ministers, heads of delegation, and observers. Welcome to this dialogue with the permanent observers of the OAS. I would like to start with a short introduction. I wanted to thank you, and we are confident as representatives here that this intervention can be beneficial to you as observers. You have come from distant countries, and we want to have a truly fruitful conversation as permanent observers. So let's take advantage of this moment to understand an ambitious vision for the Americas, Latin America, and the OAS as a key platform for responsibility in technology, in investment, etc. Your Excellency, dear friend Albert Ramsden, General Secretary of the OAS, Your Excellency Laura Hill, Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies, heads of delegation of the member states, Excellencies, heads of delegation of the observing states, permanent representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to cordially welcome you to this dialogue, which is one of the most important spaces that we have for interaction between the Organization of American States and the international community. Your presence here reaffirms a fundamental reality for our time. The challenges that the Americas face are part of global challenges, and they require a global response. No region can prosper in isolation. No international organization can achieve fully its objectives without strategic partnerships. And no state can face alone the complex challenges of this growingly complex and interdependent world. For decades, the permanent observing states have contributed significantly to the strengthening of the inter-American system through cooperation programs, technical assistance, exchange of knowledge, and institutional support. Thanks to that commitment, we have been able to broaden our capacities, strengthen our institutions, carry out development projects, and benefit millions of citizens throughout the hemisphere. Panama wishes to express genuine gratefulness and recognition for this constant commitment, for the investment in our regions and in the organization itself. But this moment calls us to go beyond just recognition and to think about the future. The transformation that we see in the international stage requires that we strengthen our bonds. Multidimensional security, technological innovation, the energy transition, climate resilience, modernization of our economies, and building more inclusive societies in a way that balances development and protection for our planet requires more sophisticated levels of cooperation. We have a vision that recognizes that Latin America and the Caribbean, the OAS, are not just a region with challenges to overcome. We are a region of extraordinary opportunity. We are a democratic region, diverse and open to the world. We are a region rich in strategic natural resources for the intelligent energy transition at a global level. We are a region with one of the youngest, most dynamic populations on the planet, and we are a region where a new generation of scientists, innovators, and professionals, business owners, are coming up ready to lead. From Alaska all the way to the Patagonia, from the Caribbean to Central America, that creativity and that capacity to participate actively in the technological transformation is there. For that reason, we want to communicate very clearly to our observing partners. Latin America and the Caribbean, the Americas, the OAS, is prepared to be a protagonist in the new digital economy. Our region has exceptional conditions for the development of advanced technological infrastructure, including data centers, cloud services, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, in innovation platforms, always focused on our values that unite us, focused on democracy. We have geographic advantages, energy advantages, logistical advantages that make us a natural partner for the investments that will define the future of the global economy. But our primary asset is not just our resources. It is our people, you, our citizens. It is the talent, the human talent that we find in our cities, the youth who are innovating, the determination in our countries to integrate into global value chains, supply chains, knowledge chains, technology chains. This is a historic moment marked by geopolitical tensions, uncertainty. The OAS, Latin America, and the Caribbean offer another value, which is more and more important to the international community, which is stability, dialogue, and a desire to cooperate. Our region continues to be committed on peaceful resolution for conflicts and useful multilateralism, respecting international law and building consensus. This is a strategic asset for the world, and it's an additional reason to strengthen the relationship between the member states of the OAS and our permanent observers. That is why we hope to see a new stage, a new time of connection beyond what we've done traditionally, to have strategic partnerships for innovation, for scientific research, for digital transformation, and for sustainable, intelligent development. We want more information exchange, more technological cooperation, more joint projects, more investments in our region. And we want to build more opportunities so that our businesses, small business owners, researchers, professionals, can move into the global sphere. The prosperity for our region and for the world must be built in both directions. Shared prosperity. Building together means that we have a responsibility that cannot be ignored. The technological revolution is moving, especially in the area of AI, in a way that opens up extraordinary possibilities for human development. But it also requires us to ask ethical questions that are highly relevant. I want to remember a recent call from His Holiness Pope Leo that the advances of AI should always be at service of the dignity of human beings, human life, and to preserve their dignity. Opening up freedom, not closing down. Strengthening democracy, not weakening it. Reducing inequality, not deepening them. Technological innovation needs to go along with solid ethical commitments, with institutions that are responsible, and international cooperation that is able to guarantee that the benefits of progress reach everyone. This is a challenge for our hemisphere. It's a challenge for the OAS. And this is an agenda where the observer states, our permanent observers, can play a key role. This year, Panama has the honor of commemorating the 200th anniversary of the Amphitronic Congress in Panama. We were imagined as a meeting point for dialogue between nations. And it was an audacious vision for cooperation and understanding between sovereign countries. 200 years ago, that continues to be valid. Panama continues to be a bridge between oceans, a bridge between regions, a bridge between the Americas and the world, you, the observers. With that spirit of meeting together and cooperating together, we would like to invite all of the permanent observer states to continue deepening your participation in the OAS agenda, the agenda of the hemisphere. The Americas needs committed partners, and the permanent observers will find in our region trustworthy allies, opportunities for growth together, and a genuine desire to build solutions together for global challenges. Latin America, and the Caribbean is ready to accelerate digital transformation within the OAS, becoming a center for innovation, talent, and technological development at the service of our peoples and our freedoms. We are ready to have new investments that generate new opportunities. We are ready to do it over the foundation of democracy, cooperation, sustainability, and respect for human dignity. The doors are open. Talent is here. The energy to transform exists. We build together. Ladies and gentlemen, observers of the OAS, that is the promising future that we see for all. Thank you.
Antes de iniciar,
Prior to beginning our exchange, let me remind you that we'll have 2 segments of presentations according to our agenda for today, followed by the member states' own interventions. Member states are cordially invited to take the floor in and during either of these segments once the observers have concluded their remarks. Now, allow me to offer the floor to the Secretary General and my dear friend, Albert Rendin.
Señor Presidente, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Dr. Javier Martinez Acha, distinguished heads of delegation of member states and permanent observers, Assistant Secretary General Laura Hill, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates and guests. Good morning, and I want to thank you, first of all, for joining us at this 56th General Assembly of the Organization of American States here in Panama. We certainly welcome the presence of about almost 40 delegations from observer states throughout the world at this General Assembly. And I want to thank in particular those heads of delegations who flew from their capitals to join us today. We thank the host government, the government of Panama, for facilitating us to have this dialogue here today as part of our General Assembly format. The theme chosen for this assembly is firm multilateralism in defense of democracy, hemispheric security, and stability in the member states. Minister Acha has spoken about this, and that theme which was chosen by the host government is certainly an aspiration, a serious aspiration, but equally an immediate requirement of our time. It speaks to the concerns of our region and to those of nations around the world. There is no better place to take up this discussion than here, with the member states and the observers from around the world gathered here today. In that same spirit, we deeply appreciate the active role that many observer states play in advancing the very theme of this year's Assembly. It is largely thanks to our permanent observers that the Organization of American States can continue to strengthen the promotion and defense of democracy through electoral observation missions, support peace-building efforts and reinforce the work of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission and the Court, as well as advance our multidimensional security and sustainable development programs in many countries and many regions. These partnerships, ladies and gentlemen, with observer states help demonstrate the value of the OAS in supporting the countries and the peoples of the Americas. Since taking office a year ago, I have made it a clear priority to deepen and widen our engagement with permanent observer states. And I'm deeply grateful for the meetings I have held with heads of state and other high-level authorities, both at headquarters and in your capitals. We have begun this effort with those observers that maintain dedicated missions to the organization: Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See. Building on this foundation, we have launched more structured and forward-looking programs of cooperation and exchange. And we sincerely thank you for the trust you have placed in us. In 2025, we reached a historic milestone, receiving a record of $26.3 million in contributions from our members of our permanent observers, directed to OAS programs across the 4 pillars of the organization. I would like to particularly highlight the recent contribution of 10 million euros from the European Union to support the OAS program for the construction and equipping of forward operating bases in Haiti's West Department. Looking ahead, we remain committed to building multi-year partnerships, frameworks with our permanent observers aligned with the organization's institutional priorities. These frameworks are essential to promoting greater predictability, sustainability, and long-term impact for OAS initiatives. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we are conducting high-level political dialogues with strategic partners to assess the state of our cooperation and establish roadmaps for collaboration in the medium term. So no programs for 1 year alone, but multi-year programs. Most recently, I held dialogues with the European Union and Spain, during which we had productive exchanges on our existing cooperation and agreed on a roadmap structure to further strengthen our partnerships in the years ahead. We are advancing the same model with key partners, including Spain, Italy, and Morocco, and we look forward to deepening our collaboration with permanent observers from every region of the world. In this regard, allow me to also highlight the 20th anniversary of the Spanish Fund to the OAS, a landmark mechanism that has facilitated Spain's cooperation and that serves as a blueprint for permanent observers to work with the organization. We deeply value Spain's enduring commitment to the organization and its member states, and we look forward to continuing our close cooperation to continue to generate concrete and lasting impact in the areas of democracy, human rights, security, and integral development throughout the Americas. Your Excellencies, the Americas face a convergence of challenges, as Minister Acha has highlighted, and that transcend borders, from persistent inequality and democratic fragility to insecurity, irregular migration, and climate-related disasters. No country can effectively respond in isolation. These are shared challenges that require shared solutions. In our work, Haiti has been at the center of these challenges. Addressing the country's ongoing security, humanitarian and institutional challenges require sustained international solidarity and coordinated action. Supporting Haiti's path towards stability, democratic governance, and recovery is essential not only for the well-being of its people, but also for the peace and stability of the wider region. I want to especially thank the observers countries that have supported the Haiti roadmap towards peace and stability: the European Union, Spain, Japan, Serbia, Korea, and Ukraine. And of course, we look forward to others joining us in these efforts. So for us, it's important that we seize this opportunity to continue strengthening our shared commitment to cooperation, dialogue, and multilateral action. Together, we can continue building a hemisphere that is more democratic, more secure, better prepared to respond to the aspirations and needs of our people. I thank you very much and look forward to a productive exchange.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation. Prior to beginning our discussion, for reasons of time limitations, only 18 delegations of the permanent observers will be given the floor. I sincerely appreciate the understanding of all observers. We look forward to receiving the written statements that you have sent to the General Secretariat for distribution. In order to ensure the greatest number of interventions by member states and observers, I respectfully request that each intervention be strictly limited to a maximum of 4 minutes. To begin the dialogue, we move on to the first round of interventions with the 4 permanent observers with designated missions to the OAS: Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See. I am pleased to welcome Spain, represented by Her Excellency Mrs. Susana Somelso Jordan. Thank you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama and Mr. Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ambassadors, let me begin by thanking the government of Panama for her hospitality and to congratulate your country for organizing this 200th anniversary of the Amphitronic Congress, a pioneer that is considered the very beginning of the Organization of American States. It's a joy and pleasure to meet you again after your last meeting in Spain, where we signed the Memorandum of Understanding leading us to a joint political dialogue. Spain is at the OAS to strengthen multilateralism, human rights, peace, and progress, inclusive development and equality. It is a pleasure, it is a privilege to be an observer. Spain wishes to be a trusted partner and will continue to be one of the principal donors through the Spanish Fund for the OAS, which now celebrates 20 years with a horizontal vision oriented towards results. This fund has carried out more than 200 projects involving $700 million, supporting electoral observer missions, the Inter-American Human Rights Systems, the Inter-American Convention on Women, just to name a few of the most important ones. Let me underscore particularly our commitment to supporting Haiti, a priority that requires coordination and solidarity. Spain also wishes to acknowledge the OAS and its work towards multilingualism and the promotion of the Spanish language. It is our responsibility to promote our language, Spanish, abroad. This is a mission that Spain wishes to share with all of the Ibero-American countries, together with Portuguese, our sister language from this hemisphere. We understand that these are the original and also the native languages enrich our common shared linguistic heritage. We wish to express support for the institutional strengthening of democracy in Guatemala. We support the mission of the OAS to accompany the election of high authorities for the judiciary and electoral authorities, and we celebrate that this was a successfully concluded initiative. Spain is committed to democracy and human rights, as has been shown by the president of our government, Pedro Sanchez, to the international community. Another of our main concerns is supporting those who suffer more harshly the consequences of climate change, particularly the Caribbean states. Spain has a firm commitment also to work on the fight against all kinds of discrimination and inequality, without forgetting the Afro-descendant and other native populations. For this reason, we hosted the 5th conference on feminist to eradicate the feminization of poverty and promote equality of rights. We reassert the primacy of international law and multilateralism, dialogue and diplomacy, of course, as a means to resolve conflicts. Thank you very much.
Invito a Italia,
I
Su Excelencia Massimo
I invite Italy, His Excellency Massimo Dell'Utri, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Vice Minister, the floor is yours. Excellent President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary of the OAS, estimated honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the government of Panama for your hospitality, and I would like to congratulate you for this excellent organization at this General Assembly, which coincides with the anniversary of the historic Amphitheonic Congress convened by Simon Bolivar. As Italy, being a permanent observer, is a source of great pride and reflects the special attention that Rome has historically dedicated to and continues to dedicate to the American continent. The multilateralism that the OAS supports is a clear example of modern cooperation. International law and the promotion of social justice, security, a state of law and order, prosperity are key. And in this sense, Italy values what the Assembly does to promote an inclusive dialogue. We value the work being done to free political prisoners in Venezuela, and Italy continues to support, within its capacities, the gang suppression force, as well as offering trainings for the Coast Guard in Haiti. It is very important that all of our countries continue to look at the situation in Haiti, which has improved thanks to our hard work as a group. But the Security Council must, and thanks to the signing of the mandate in October by the Security Council, the situation in Cuba does have us quite concerned. It is very important that the international community, as we play a very important role in the OAS, continues supporting the democratization of this country in order to create stability and benefits for the population. Italy would also like to share our concern about the situation in Nicaragua. And after the very sad news of the death of Brooklyn Liguera, we reaffirm our alignment with the need to free all of those detained for political reasons. Italy continues to show solidarity and reiterates its support for democratic principles, human rights, and we are firmly committed to rule of law. We fight transnational organized crime through bilateral initiatives for juridical diplomacy in the framework of the European Pact 2.0, as well as other important documents. The challenges that the continent faces today show that security, development, and democracy are closely related. It is fundamental that growth be sustainable and focused on policies that can reduce inequality, supporting small and medium enterprises, and investing in human capital. Food security is also a key priority for Italian cooperation in the region, with a particular focus on blue economy throughout the continent. I want to take advantage of this moment to share that there is an event being organized by Italy tomorrow at 9 a.m. in that sense. We cannot have lasting economic growth without security, institutional stability, and rule of law. I look forward to collaborating closely with all of you, and I wish you an assembly rich in real results. Thank you very much.
Agradezco su intervención.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister, and let me remind all observers that they are limited to 4 minutes in their interventions. I know we have much to hear in your interesting remarks, but my reminder, and I now continue with Her Excellency Céline Juste, Permanent Observer of France to the OAS. France, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister of Panama and Secretary General, Madam and ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors. It is my pleasure to speak to you on behalf of France on this 56th anniversary, 56th General Assembly and 200 years of the Amphitronic Congress. And we congratulate and thank Panama for hosting us. In a geopolitical scenario that makes our own values ever more threatened and fragile, the dialogue being carried out here within the Organization of American States is of a crucial importance. The challenges to the development in the economy, human rights, France is willing to support you side by side as an observer, but also as an ally and as a partner. France is also a country of the Americas through the French collectives in the America, as the accession of Martinique and French Guyana to Associated States of CARICOM. We share the values of the OAS, and particularly those that support the themes of this assembly. These values have been ours through the presidency of France of the G7 in facing the transversal threats. Also, the challenges to the sovereignty of European countries and for regional stability in the Caribbean and in the Americas require fighting organized crime, and this requires our collective efforts. And for this reason, France is supporting and strengthening our collective efforts with the OAS, which we believe must face drug trafficking, and France wishes to be a strategic partner. In this regard, France will organize on the 2nd and 3rd of July in Martinique a conference on regional security for the Caribbean countries in the region, and that the OAS will participate in this meeting. These are values to strengthen democracy and the rule of law, the important role of multilateralism in supporting and defending international law. In this context, I wish to remind you that France will continue supporting Ukraine as long as necessary to face up to Russian aggression and to support the fight against the crisis in the Middle East today. In Haiti, France supports the new interim authorities in their efforts to reestablish security and to organize elections as soon as the situation allows. France is the third most important contributor to Haiti, and in the Security Council has supported the Haitian forces in their struggle against the role of organized criminal gangs. France is engaged also together with the people of Nicaragua, is concerned by the humanitarian situation in Cuba, and is mindful of the need for dialogue to find a peaceful solution in Venezuela. After the departure of Nicolás Maduro, France recognizes positive developments there and wishes to urge the liberation of political prisoners and the preparation of conditions for elections. France supports the democratically elected leaders and in rejection of all kinds of violence. We are living through a period of budgetary austerity, and we made a voluntary contribution of historical levels. We wish to continue working in this regard. France supports the Organization of American States in all of these dimensions: rule of law, human rights, integral development, and security. And this engagement is manifested through our participation in electoral observer missions and the concrete participation in the teaching of French in the Caribbean, and from continual support to the Inter-American Commission on Women, the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, and the Inter-American Court. France stands side by side with you for us to together face the challenges to peace and security in supporting our shared and common values. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Giusti. I now invite Monsignor Juan Antonio Cruz Serrano, permanent observer to the OAS of the Holy See. You have the floor, Monsignor. Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, I'd like to express the warm greetings of His Holiness Pope Leon XIV to each of you and to the countries that you represent. Likewise, I wish to express the thanks from my delegation to the government and to the people of Panama for the warm hospitality and the generous and warm welcome we have received here at this General Assembly. 200 years ago, Simon Bolivar convened in this same land the Historic Congress of Panama that expressed a yearning for unity, dialogue, and solidarity throughout the continent, inspired in the conviction that the challenges of that time could only be overcome if the countries of the Americas, if the peoples of the Americas would come together and work side by side. Two centuries later, these ideals are still valid, and the continent continues to need joint answers to the complex social, economic, and security challenges that the hemisphere requires. The Holy See reaffirms the need to promote an authentic multilateralism that can hear the voices of all of the interlocutors and promote proposing political solutions that will be lasting and based on truth, justice, and dialogue as the principal instrument. Additionally, it is essential that the human person be at the center of all political and diplomatic efforts so that fraternity is at the basis of relationships between our countries to consolidate peace and even further, avoiding falling into a culture that would further polarize and erode the social network and the good relations between peoples. For this reason, the Holy See encourages all member states to promote a political culture based on respect for rights and fundamental freedoms with a view to promoting common well-being and welfare, fomenting social cohesion and promoting integral development of each person. In this context, it is particularly important to note the situation that Haiti is facing, a country that continues to experience a serious humanitarian crisis, an institutional and security crisis as well. The Holy See reiterates its close relationship with the Haitian people and exhorts the international community, likewise the community of this hemisphere, to intensify efforts of cooperation and solidarity. Likewise, the Holy See wishes to underscore the value of freedom of conscience and freedom of religion, fundamental rights that undergird the most intimate rights of persons and is the basic and essential character of democratic and peaceful societies. This right is not limited to the private sphere, but also must allow religious communities to actively contribute to social, educational, cultural, and humanitarian development of the peoples of this region. In a number of regions of the continent, there are still acts of intolerance and discrimination for religious reasons, and there are restrictions that are not justifiable in the exercise of this fundamental freedom. To ensure fully religious freedom means also to strengthen democratic governance and respect for the human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, the commemoration of the bicentennial of the Congress of Panama is a timely moment to renew our commitment, our shared commitment, with a more fraternal and prosperous America. The Holy See reasserts its dedication in favor of the dignity of all human beings created in the image of God, fraternity between peoples, and the promotion of international order, ever more just and participatory. Thank you, Monsignor Cruz.
We will now continue with interventions from Serbia, the Slovak Republic, Portugal, and the European Union. I would like to invite His Excellency Marko Duric, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. Thank you for being here, Minister. Our country is grateful. The floor is yours.
American States, Mr. Albert Ramdin, esteemed Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, Mr. Javier Eduardo Martinez Acha Vasquez, dear host, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to have the opportunity to address this gathering on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a country that follows the work of this esteemed organization with great attention and which, in its capacity as an observer since 2002, attaches exceptional importance to cooperation with countries of the American continent. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the Republic of Panama for its warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this event, as well as to the Secretary General for the invitation. This year's session carries special historic significance, as it is being held in the bicentennial year of the Congress of Panama of 1826. Simón Bolívar's vision that newly liberated states should build their future through cooperation, solidarity, and mutual respect remains highly relevant today. At a time when the world faces challenges that transcend national borders, no country can respond effectively on its own. This is why dialogue, cooperation, respect for international law, and effective multilateralism remain essential for building trust and finding sustainable solutions. The Republic of Serbia consistently supports the international order based on the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law, primarily respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, as well as the peaceful resolution of disputes. We are convinced that lasting peace and stability can only be built through dialogue, compromise, and mutual respect. In this context, I would like to express special gratitude to numerous member states of the OAS that consistently and as a matter of principle support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia in accordance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Excellencies, Serbia attaches great importance to its relations with all countries of the American continent, with the United States, Canada, those of Central and Latin America, and the Caribbean. In recent years, we have made tangible progress in political dialogue, economic cooperation, and people-to-people ties. We are especially proud of the World in Serbia program, through which many students from the region have studied in our country and become valuable bridges of friendship between our peoples. As an observer in the OAS, Serbia will continue to support the organization's work, foster constructive dialogue with its members, and contribute to strengthening cooperation between our regions. Finally, I would like to thank many countries of the Americas that have already confirmed their participation in Expo 2027 Belgrade, under the theme Play for Humanity, Sport and Music for All. The ambition of this exhibition is to bring together countries from around the world to showcase achievements, exchange ideas, and strengthen connections among people, institutions, and economies. We look forward to welcoming all participants to Belgrade and encourage others that have not yet done so to join us in making this important global event a success. So far, 137 countries have confirmed their participation in writing. I thank you and I welcome you all to Belgrade next year.
Muchas gracias, Ministro Duric.
Thank you very much, Minister Duric. We will continue hearing from His Excellency Đurađ Mlanar, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Europe from the Slovak Republic. Thank you very much for being here with us, Minister Mlanar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates. It is a profound honor to be here today in the beautiful Panama City and represent Slovakia in what is our highest level of participation since we joined the Organization of the American States as observers. Slovakia deeply values the vital role of the OAS and its General Assembly in driving global dialogue and cooperation across the geographic boundaries. 200 years since the historic Congress of Panama, the ideals of regional integration based on freedom and sovereignty of nations, as well as multilateralism, dialogue, mutual understanding and cooperation remain perfectly valid and rightly inspire the work of OAS. Slovakia is proud to be part of this effort. My trip to Panama and the OAS General Assembly is not a single shot. First of all, we cherish the utmost importance of international cooperation, upholding the principles of the rule-based international order, international law, and the UN Charter, alongside the fundamental values of peace, democracy, and human rights are our core interest. Secondly, we recognize that what happened in the Western Hemisphere doesn't stay in the Western Hemisphere. The stability, prosperity, and security is the America's matter to us. In a time disrupted by conflict and uncertainty, Peace must be our primary objective. Slovakia actively champions peaceful resolution of disputes. We must rely on diplomacy and dialogue to prevent them and sustainably solve them. True security requires more than the absence of conflict. It demands human dignity and security, social justice, and economical development. We are aware of OAS priorities such as emergency aid, integrity of election, education, responsible use of AI, and adherence to human rights. Slovakia remains a steadfast advocate for human rights protection and democratic governance, advancing human rights and democratic principles, specifically free election and freedom of speech, in our shared responsibility. Looking at the global landscape, we must comfort a deeply concerning downward trend, the weakening of the democratic institution, the erosion of the rule of law, and expansion of social inequality. The danger of climate change, pandemics, and economic instability cross all the borders. Slovakia is fully dedicated to joint action for sustainable development with focus on environmental sustainability and resilience. Slovakia actively joined humanitarian relief effort in the OAS member states, such as in Jamaica after the devastating Hurricane Melissa, or previously after the floods in the Brazilian Rio Grande do Sul. The economic, social, and environmental challenges require the collective response that transcend individual countries and continents. Slovakia can offer its expertise, such as civil nuclear, energy or water, and wastewater management. We believe in action, exchange of the best practice, learning from each other, pooling our knowledge and resources. To conclude, Slovakia extends its thanks to OAS for maintaining this inclusive platform for dialogue with observers. We view OAS as an outstanding framework for multilateral cooperation, successfully bridging diverse views and perspectives. We value your openness to welcome distribution from the observers and partners to fulfill common objective. We are ready to respond bilaterally through our membership in EU and hopefully in future as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council in 2028 and 29. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your words, Minister Blane. I will now invite Her Excellency Ana Isabel Xavier, Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation from Portugal. The floor is yours, Madam Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen. The Organization of American States is a central forum that cannot be replaced for its importance in the American essential organization for the promotion of democracy, integral development, and human rights. Portugal is a proud, engaged supporter and partner of this organization. Our support for the MIRPS program, the Integrated Regional Mark for the Protection of Solutions, started a new project this year designated as Development Codes and Guidelines for Critical Infrastructure in the Caribbean, shows this very well in concrete investments. But above all, this shows our support and mutual trust. Portugal assumes a responsibility and ambitious engagement. We are a country closely tied, profoundly tied to the historic links for language and culture with the Americas and for the construction of a future world. And our role is to bring the Americas and Europe closer together. For this reason, we participated in the 2025 ISELEC in Santa Marta in Colombia. This is also the spirit in which we look forward to the next 4th to 5th of November Ibero-American Summit in Spain and strengthening the links between Europe and the Americas. With this ambition, Portugal supports the permanent neutrality and operation of the Panama Canal. This is a decision with political importance, which represents our commitment for the rule of international law, the freedom of navigation, and the security and safety of international maritime routes, the construction of an environment that will promote development and the protection of the environment. And this is a conviction with which we have defended the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur, as well as support of agreements between the European Union, Mexico, Canada, and Chile, and believe in a true partnership, a transatlantic partnership, for the promotion of democracy and prosperity, our shared values. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision goes further beyond this even. For this reason, we launched the second fund for the cooperation between Africa, Latin America, and by the Camões Institute, because we want to bring these regions together to create new partnerships between Africa and Latin America, as well as Portugal. This triangulation is today a key instrument in the production of partnerships for sustainable development and innovation. Portugal is likewise committed to the Global Gateway Initiative. A few days ago, we heard from Comissário Siqueira about the potential of Portugal as a hub for critical infrastructures, because we believe that greater connectivity, greater sustainable investment and development, and resilient infrastructure is important. Finally, in celebrating the 30th anniversary, the Portuguese community and the community of Lusophone countries wishes to bring together the observer countries of OAS to this important role. The Portuguese language is not only our shared heritage, but also an opportunity for economic and cultural social exchanges. Portugal will continue to build bridges in the Security Council in the mandate 2027-2028. Portugal will continue building bridges for peoples and economies, because we wish to bring people together in these times of greater fragmentation and division. In these moments, we choose to build consensus at this time, as we have always. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We thank you for your words. We thank Portugal for their participation. Thank you, Ms. Ana Severo-Xavier. We will close out this block with the European Union, represented by Ambassador Delphine Pronk, Managing Director for the Americas at the European External Action Service.
Muchas gracias, Secretary General Ramdin, Your Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs Martinez Acha, heads of delegation, distinguished members, permanent observers, civil society representatives, all diplomatic protocol observed. Let me begin by thanking Panama for hosting us so graciously, and thanking the OAS for its enduring partnership with the European Union. The EU's relationship with the Americas is rooted in our shared commitment to democracy, prosperity, and effective multilateral cooperation. The EU is deepening ties across the region through high-level meetings like the 4th CELAC-EU Summit last November in Santa Marta, summits with Mexico and Canada, political partnerships, and trade and association agreements. The EU's Global Gateway is mobilizing $51.5 billion by 2027 for investment in sustainable growth, connectivity, and resilience in Latin America and the Caribbean that benefit over 1.1 billion people in both regions. Today, I'd like to focus on the three priorities in which the EU and OAS cooperation makes a tangible difference: democracy and human rights, security, and the rules-based international order. First, on democracy and human rights. Across the world, democratic institutions are under pressure. Polarization, shrinking civic space, and persistent inequalities weaken trust and create fertile ground for instability and crime. Addressing these challenges requires more than declarations. It requires our collective action. The EU remains a strong supporter for the inter-American human rights system and stands with those who defend fundamental freedoms, often at considerable personal risk. It takes courage to speak truth to power. The work of human rights defenders benefits us all, but it can only continue in a safe and enabling environment, free from threats, violence, and reprisals. As EU, we also continue to support free and fair elections through electoral observation missions across the region, most recently in Ecuador, Bolivia, Guyana, Honduras, Colombia, and Peru. When invited, the EU is there to help and ready to contribute our expertise in support of democratic processes. We remain very concerned about the deterioration situation of human rights and fundamental freedoms in Nicaragua, as exemplified by the death in custody of Brooklyn Rivera, a respected indigenous leader and political prisoner. The EU would also like to see urgently greater efforts by the Cuban authorities to ensure that all citizens' rights are duly respected. We are concerned with the difficult humanitarian situation faced by Cubans, and the EU continues its humanitarian support. And in Venezuela, we underline the priority of seeing unconditional release of all political prisoners, effective oversight of detention facilities, and creation of an enabling environment for civil society and democracy. Second, on security, transnational organized crime, illicit firearms trafficking, cyber threats, and other cross-border risks demand coordinated responses. And through our partnership with the OAS, the EU has helped to destroy tens of thousands of illicit firearms, train thousands of security officials, and strengthen legal frameworks across the region. Our cooperation is particularly important in Haiti, where the EU's program with $11.6 million, the agreement with the OAS is building forward operating bases to help the Haitian National Police combat gangs and to allow the Haitian government to create conditions for stability, reconstruction, and credible elections. In the Guatemala-Belize and adjacency zone, the OAS peace mission plays a vital role, and the EU fully supports this effort. Not just with words, but also with our financial contribution, with $5.8 million over the last 6 years. Thirdly, and finally, the rules-based international order, Mr. Chair. The EU and the OAS share a commitment to international law and the principles of the UN Charter. We also share the conviction that challenges such as organized crime and drug trafficking can only be addressed through sustained international cooperation, in full respect of sovereignty, human rights, and international humanitarian law. This commitment is particularly relevant in the face of Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine. We appreciate the OAS's consistent support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we encourage continued efforts towards a just and lasting peace based on the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, from defending democracy to combating transnational crime and upholding international law, our EU-OAS partnership delivers results. Looking ahead, the European Union and its 27 member states remain committed to strengthen our partnership with the OAS through our regular political dialogue, our continued support for OAS programs, and closer cooperation on emerging challenges. Together we can, and we must, advance the principles of firm multilateralism that this General Assembly champions. And as we face the complex and evolving global landscape, the European Union remains a steadfast partner to the Organization of American States and the countries of its hemisphere. After all, we do live in a world where we can make a difference if we act together. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Director Pronk. I thank all of the permanent observers for their valuable interventions and their commitment to the Americas. Your role at the OAS and your support to member states has been vital for progress towards our objectives. We hope to continue strengthening our historic bonds, dialogue, and cooperation. We will now pass the floor to heads of delegation of the member states. We will pass the floor to heads of the delegations following the order in which they requested the floor. I want to take this opportunity to reiterate our kind request that you keep your interventions to maximum 4 minutes per delegation. The member states are invited to intervene in this segment or in the next after presentations by the second group of observers. I would ask you to please request the floor. Mexico has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. And to all heads of delegation, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Mexico recognizes the importance of this dialogue for the Organization of American States, for the strengthening of relationships, cooperation, and trust between member states and permanent observers. Your participation contributes significantly to meeting objectives and mandates of the organization, as well as being able to comply with the priorities of member states. Mexico, technically and financially, appreciates the technical and financial support from observing members, as well as information about best practices that support the OAS and strengthen us in democracy, in integral development, security, international law, and juridical cooperation. We want to recognize Spain particularly for the 20th anniversary of the Spanish Fund, which has been a sustained horizontal cooperation mechanism with clear results that have strengthened institutions, protected human rights, democratic governance, gender equality, built peace, and have contributed to the integral development of our region. This mechanism has shown that international cooperation, when it's built on foundations of trust, co-responsibility, and respect for the will and priorities of the member states, can generate concrete results and contribute to the strengthening of the inter-American system. We encourage this cooperation to continue and strengthen over the future. We also think Spain, Italy, the European Union, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Ireland, Lithuania, Latvia, Morocco, Norway, the Netherlands, Serbia, Switzerland, Turkey, the Ukraine, and others for their very important contributions over the last year. Your contributions allowed for us to protect human rights, observe elections, strengthen democracies, provide multidimensional security, gender equality, support peace processes, institutional strengthening, cooperation, sustainable development, and many other things. For that reason, the OAS, instead of over-regulating the participation of observing members, should open up opportunities for increased cooperation, especially as we face this future with armed conflicts, geopolitical tensions, technological advances, in order to make progress as we face these humanitarian crises, migration, inequality, climate change, threats to peace and international security. Mexico reaffirms the importance of multilateralism, dialogue, international cooperation, and respect for international law as indispensable tools for facing our shared challenges. We are confident that a solid, constructive relationship that is based on mutual trust between member states and permanent observer states and is guided by the principles of the OAS Charter with respect for international law and sovereignty of states, non-intervention, and the juridical independence of the states will allow us to strengthen our cooperation and make our work even more beneficial to the peoples of the Americas. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much to the representative from Mexico. We'll pass the floor to Brazil.
Mr. President, heads of delegations, Mr. Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, the present is a privileged opportunity to meet with diverse representatives. Our region has benefited greatly from the contributions of permanent observers. The theme of this assembly, the multilateralism and the support for member states, upholds multilateralism as the essential tool for us to reach our shared objectives. A firm and strong multilateralism is a way for peaceful dialogue based on the equal sovereignty of nations, which is the reason for being and the existence of the OAS. The institutions of international governance created in the last 80 years in areas of commerce, health, safety, face unprecedented attacks on their credibility and on their operational capacity. No organization is perfect nor perfectly efficient over the course of time. Brazil is engaged in supporting for a more transparent OAS, where human and financial resources are used as efficiently as possible. And it is key to underscore the legacy and the accomplishments of this organization. If we have a hemisphere where we have almost always seen peace prevail and the protection of human rights, a lot of credit is due to this organization. We also must create a more effective organization to promote integral development and to favor those attending to those needs. We must all be willing to share the support of our extra hemisphere partners, and we are particularly appreciative of the various projects supported by permanent observers from outside our common to strengthen the binds, to strengthen the links between us. And the support for the Inter-American human rights system with institutions as respected as the Inter-American Commission and the Inter-American Court, based on a solid foundation of access to rights, and has been a hallmark of the protection of international human rights for the world. A greater support from Brazil and from others for this mission is important. We are also ever more convinced that human rights and democracy will be benefited by the economic development, and for this reason, we support the strengthening of the pillar presented by the Inter-American Commission on Integral Economic Development. Brazil works in support of the OAS and believes in technical cooperation as a real instrument, together with permanent observers who work for the achievement of this goal. When I mention integral development, let me also refer to one of the countries that needs firm and decisive action from the international community, Haiti, that is living through a multidimensional crisis without any precedent in its history. In this regard, permanent observers and member states have worked to assist Haiti, and we believe that permanent observers here could make a valuable contribution to finding solutions to the Haitian crisis, whether this is through contributing to a permanent dialogue or financial contributions, always making sure that the leadership and the decisions for all initiatives that we contribute to are based on the participation of the Haitian people. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Brasil.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And we now give the floor to Guatemala.
Good morning, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Mr. General Secretary, Madam Assistant General Secretary, heads of delegations, ministers, honorable delegations of the permanent observers. I would like to offer you a warm greeting from the government of Guatemala in this very important dialogue space between member states and permanent observers in the framework of this 56th regular session of the OAS. Here, on the 200th anniversary of the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, we are continuing the vision that began so long ago. We face growing pressures on democracy, institutional stability, and development. The Americas face multidimensional complex challenges, including the strengthening of democratic institutions, the fight against transnational organized crime, human mobility, cybernetic threats, climate change, persistent social and economic gaps that affect millions of people in our hemisphere. These are challenges that cannot be dealt with in an isolated way. And so Guatemala considers that it is indispensable to strengthen effective and inclusive multilateralism focused on concrete results. Multilateralism that translates political dialogue into practical cooperation, technical assistance, institutional stability, and benefits for our societies. In that context, Guatemala recognizes the important role of the permanent observers as strategic partners of the OAS, and your commitment to the organization has been reflected in political, technical, and financial contributions that have strengthened programs and initiatives in priority areas for our countries, particularly the pillars of democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. Guatemala deeply values the cooperation that permanent observers have offered us through the OAS, growing our institutional capacities, observing elections, and strengthening institutions. These missions have effectively contributed to consolidating rule of law and democracy, as well as citizen trust in my country. The exchange of experience and technical support in different environments, whether it's culture, science, technology, food security, risk management as we faced disasters, all of these things have helped us to strengthen democratic governance, transparency, and our capacity to respond as institutions. Guatemala also recognizes the support of the international communities and their efforts in the adjacency area between Guatemala and Belize, especially with this cooperation between the permanent observers. This has been very relevant to promote dialogue, mutual trust, and to prevent any incidents for the communities in the area. In the current environment, Guatemala highlights the importance of support from permanent observers for regional efforts to face the multidimensional crisis in Haiti. We continue to strengthen our bonds with permanent observers through complementary coordination that allows us to build partnerships throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Guatemala. We pass the floor now to Barbados.
There we go. I'll start again. I'm claiming my 5 minutes, my 4 minutes anyhow. Honorable Minister, Heads of Delegation, Secretary General Ramdeen, Assistant Secretary General Laura Gill, distinguished permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of Barbados takes this opportunity to reaffirm its strong support for the Organization of American States and to echo the sentiments expressed by previous speakers. The figures speak for themselves. More than 70 countries, close to 90 programs, nearly 5 decades of partnerships supporting democracy, human rights, security, and development across the hemisphere. From electoral observation missions and multidimensional security initiatives to cooperation on climate resilience, oceans, and water security, the contribution of the permanent observers has strengthened this organization immeasurably. Quite recently, Barbados has collaborated with the government of France, where the latter has provided an opportunity for language training for Barbadian teachers. So far, all I can say is merci. Today, we've heard not only affirmations of support, but practical proposals for deeper cooperation. Barbados warmly welcomes this, For small island developing states such as ours, resilience is never built in isolation. It is built through partnership and shared purpose. Mr. President, Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley has consistently called for reform of international cooperation to ensure that partnerships for development deliver fair and meaningful outcomes. That call arises from lived reality. Many vulnerable nations remain exposed to climate shocks, debt pressures, and financial systems that too often finance vulnerability rather than resilience. It is therefore significant that through collaboration with several permanent observers represented here today, the Bridgetown Initiative has advanced practical solutions to unlock climate finance, strengthen resilience, and support sustainable long-term growth. We thank our partners for their continued support and encourage others to play an equally catalytic role. Mr. President, dialogue such as ours is essential. These engagements build bridges between our hemisphere and the wider international community. They foster understanding, practical cooperation, and shared responsibility. We stand today at a crossroads. One path leads to fragmentation and distrust. The other leads to cooperation, reform, and shared progress. Barbados chooses cooperation. Barbados chooses partnership. Barbados chooses hope anchored in action. We invite all partners to join us in that endeavor today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbados. Tiene la palabra El Salvador.
We'll give the floor now to El Salvador. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the heads of delegation of permanent observer states, which reflects the importance that their countries give to the strategic role of our organization. El Salvador has participated in this 56th General Assembly as an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment with the permanent observers with whom we shared values and common objectives. At a critical and crucial moment, we are in support of joint efforts to address the endemic challenges in our regions, such as poverty, inequality, and violence. This requires the articulated work of international cooperation with a focus on shared responsibility, efficiency, and a vision for the future. My delegation has worked calling for an equitable distribution of the contributions to the 4 pillars of our organization. Today, there are many more who are calling for this with transparency, believe that this is in keeping with the objective that we must achieve with you as our strategic allies. From the institutional standpoint, this is crucial that we strengthen the mechanisms for accountability, for contributions of member states and observers that would ensure an OAS strengthened in its transparency, efficacy, and accomplishments. This would also strengthen promotion of alliances to work in areas of critical importance with the General Secretariat and other institutions. These alliances can allow for technical exchanges, transfer of knowledge, mobilization of resources for projects of shared importance, and triangular cooperation that would facilitate the improvement of bilateral cooperation and institutional strengthening. The time for generating new synergies is now that would define the next priorities for the OAS, our countries, and make it evident that every resource used at the OAS translate into benefit and contributions for the peoples of our region. The theme of this OAS also allows me to exchange the strengthening of security and order, which are the pillars on which democracy and integral development of our country is based. The consolidation of progress in the area of security in our hemisphere, moving from 1.3 homicides for every, and that have facilitated the development of frameworks and political policies, public policies, to mobilize our institutions. In this effort, we support the contributions of all observer states and within the framework of the OAS, particularly Spain, France, Italy, Portugal, Korea, Germany, and the Netherlands, who have supported us in different areas during this year. We have worked in the integral regional framework for the MIRT, where respectfully we request contributions to the MIRT fund for social impact in a search for displaced and other refugees, displaced persons. This will contribute to the achievement of our shared goals and our institutional strengthening. Thank you, El Salvador. We now give the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Javier Martinez Acha. Thank you to the General Secretary, Mr. Albert Ramdin, Ms. Assistant General Secretary, Ambassador Laura Hill, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, ministers of foreign affairs, esteemed permanent observers, thank you for your presentations. They show a commitment to our region and the relevance of the OAS as a channel for international cooperation. I want to talk first about the reality in Chile. It is important for us to face the challenges of multidimensional security. Many states in the region face similar struggles, and to overcome them, we must act in coordination. We must cooperate as effectively as possible on the security issue. Chile, together with Argentina, Bolivia, Ecuador, Peru, and Paraguay, the 28th of May, signed the Regional Commitment Against Transnational Organized Crime, which shows that the security issues in our region require effective coordinated cooperation between the states. This initiative reaffirms the importance of information exchange, operational coordination, and strengthening institutional capacities to face threats that know no borders. In the same way, it establishes a roadmap with verifiable results and permanent follow-up mechanisms, projecting this as an open platform for hemispheric cooperation in a broader sense. Chile values the cooperation provided by the observer states who contribute actively to the collective efforts of our states on security. We want to recognize Spain, Italy, and France for their coordination with the CICAD, the Inter-American Committee Against Drug Abuse, as well as the SICTE Committee Against Terrorism. We also work with departments of police with Interpol and RedCam, as well as with the Department Against Transnational Crime in its prevention for money laundering and the fight against terrorism. We hope that OAS and its partners will have active interest in participating with us. Chile continues committed to the 4 pillars of OAS: democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. We value the cross-cutting support provided by the EU to various programs that support these 4 pillars, and we would like to highlight the contributions of permanent observers in strategic programs, like the funds that are provided for electoral missions, the activities for the OAS in Haiti, and the support for the peace process in Colombia. Aligned with the work being done in multilateral environments, I would like to reaffirm the candidature of Chile for the BBNJ agreement in Valparaiso. This is the fruit of our interoceanic contributions and our constant work in maritime rights. I would like to ask for your support for this candidacy. Chile would also like to value the participation of the observing states to human rights, who strengthen the work of the Human Rights Court, the Inter-American Human Rights Court. The contributions here allow us to give access to people to these organizations in the system so that we can respond to needs and work with the people. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Chile. We'll pass the floor to the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. General Secretary, Ms. Assistant General Secretary, and representatives of the member states and others, the observers. We would like to recognize the permanent observers for their constant contribution to the work of this organization. The OAS is an organization that has never worked alone. Over more than 5 decades, the permanent observers have contributed resources, experience, and capacities, which have strengthened the programs and initiatives of the organization in democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. Your contribution represents a clear expression of cooperation and trust in the value of multilateralism. For the Dominican Republic, this cooperation has contributed to strengthening institutions, creating sustainable development. It's contributed to digital transformation and strengthening capacities in fundamental areas for our future. We would also like to recognize the support provided by the permanent observers, the efforts of the international community as we face the Haitian crisis. This is one of the most complex challenges that our hemisphere faces at this time. These challenges require more cooperation, more dialogue, and stronger partnerships between regions and institutions and states. The observing members are a key part of this collective effort, and for that reason, we reiterate our thanks for your commitment to the values and the objectives of this organization. And we also express our desire to continue strengthening these bonds of cooperation to benefit our peoples. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, República Dominicana.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. We will now give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Antigua and Barbuda is pleased to participate in this dialogue, which we regard as a valued forum in the important relations between our permanent observer partners and the OAS member states. We thank the OAS Department of External and Institutional Relations for maintaining that close relationship over the past decades. Mr. Chairman, Antigua and Barbuda expresses sincere appreciation to the permanent observer states whose purely voluntary financial contributions have sustained critical programs across this hemisphere. We wish to underscore the word voluntary. No observer state is under any obligation to contribute, and what has been given, therefore, reflects genuine goodwill and commitment to this organization. Over the decade from 2016 to 2025, 32 of the 75 permanent observers contributed a combined total of $176.3 million, a record of generosity that Antigua and Barbuda commends unreservedly. Now, Haiti. It stands as the principal CARICOM-related recipient of permanent observer funding. Over the past decade, approximately $23.5 million has been directed toward Haiti. Antigua and Barbuda is deeply grateful. Haiti's circumstances remain dire, a nation burdened by compounding crises of governance, security, and humanitarian need. The European Union's $10 million contribution to secure Haiti in 2025, representing 38% of that year's total permanent observer contributions, speaks to the seriousness with which our partners regard Haiti's stabilization. Japan's $8.2 million contribution to electoral registration and civil identification in 2024 was similarly consequential, and we honor those acts of partnership. Antigua and Barbuda notes with appreciation the $10.6 million directed over the decade toward the OAS Secretariat's facilitation activities in the adjacency zone between Belize and Guatemala. Belize is a member of both CARICOM and the Central American Family of Nations, and peaceful management of this territorial matter is as important to the Caribbean community as it is to our Central American brothers and sisters. As Belize will address this directly, we defer to a colleague, but register our appreciation. Now, I come to the meat of what I want to say. With the full recognition of the generous contributions already described, Antigua and Barbuda respectfully draws attention to a pattern visible in the decade's data. When Haiti-directed contributions and the Belize-Guatemala funding are set aside, the direct benefit to the remaining 12 CARICOM member states become notably modest. Non-Haiti CARICOM directed contributions in 2025 amounted to approximately $281,885, just 1.05% of that year's total permanent observer contributions of $26.3 million. And even then, that was concentrated in only two categories: electoral observation mission support for Guyana, Jamaica, and Suriname, totaling $63,000, representing a mere 0.23% of the 2025 contributions, and language promotion programs in the Eastern Caribbean and Barbados, funded by France at even more money than the electoral observation missions, $208,000, amounting to 0.79% of the total 2025 contributions. In 2023, of the $16.1 million in total contributions, there was zero funding directed to any CARICOM-specific country or project. In 2022, only 0.16% of that year's contribution of $13 million went to CARICOM, and that was for electoral observation missions to two countries at a total $21,000. Now, Antigua and Barbuda does not raise this as criticism. The purely voluntary nature of permanent observers' contributions means donors direct resources according to their own priorities, a prerogative we respect entirely. Yet we believe it is our responsibility to note that the Caribbean share, when Haiti is set aside, has been limited. Modest electoral observation mission grants to 4 countries and language programs tied to the institutional mandates of specific observer states. We are pleased that our established record of upholding democracy and human rights are not a burden to observer states. But The 12 CARICOM member states beyond Haiti face shared challenges of economic resilience, democratic consolidation, and climate adaptation, precisely the kind that permanent observer contributions have proven capable of supporting elsewhere in the Americas. Antigua and Barbuda extends both an invitation and a concrete request at this time. We welcome discussions with interested observers on how future purely voluntary contributions might more comprehensively reflect the diversity of hemispheric need, including within the Caribbean. And we called upon the General Secretariat to facilitate a structured conversation as a formal follow-up action item from this dialogue on Caribbean-focused contributions from permanent observer states. The Caribbean is not peripheral to hemispheric affairs. In fact, we are crucial to it. Nor indeed are we marginal to the interests of many of the observer states. We are home to sovereign democratic nations whose active and constructive engagement in this organization is a matter of long record. Antigua and Barbuda thanks the permanent observers for their friendship and partnership, and we look forward to closer cooperation with the CARICOM group. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the intervention of member states' heads of delegation, and we will now move to hear for the second section on permanent observers, heads of delegation. I once again express our request for the limitation of interventions to a maximum of 4 minutes per delegation. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Audra Plepite, Vice Minister of Foreign Relations of Lithuania. Esteemed Minister, thank you very much.
Excellencies, heads of delegations, distinguished guests. Lithuania attaches great importance to its cooperation with the Organization of American States and highly values the organization's engagements with permanent observers across key areas, including the promotion and protection of human rights, sustainable development, deepened economic cooperation, technical exchange, or regional security. In an increasingly complex and interconnected global environment, Lithuania recognizes the growing strategic importance of Latin America and the Caribbean and looks forward to further enhancing its diplomatic presence in the region and deepening political and economic ties. Distinguished delegates, in today's world, the support for peace and accountability should be high on our agenda. Lithuania recalls the 2022 statement of OAS General Secretariat condemning Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine. That will be 4 years into Russia's brutal war of aggression that the situation remains volatile. The recent deadly Russia's attacks on the Ukrainian civilians and cultural heritage serves as a stark reminder of the continuous brutality. Such attacks underscores the urgent need for international community to maintain steadfast support for Ukraine and to ensure full accountability for Russia's war crimes. In this regard, I would like to call the member states, OAS, as well the Joint Special Tribunal, which was created under the Council of Europe and which opens to all the member states. As it was mentioned before by the representative of the European Union, the defense of democracy and human rights remains central of our common efforts as well. We regret to note the deteriorating situation of human rights in a number of countries, including Cuba, which results in the increase of political prisoners and continued restrictions on fundamental rights, including freedom of expression and assembly. Lithuania emphasized the importance of ensuring full respect for all human rights for all people in the continent. Strengthening of democracy and institutional resilience, another important area. Lithuania, having experience of political economic transformation, stands ready to share lessons learned in building transparent, accountable, and independent institutions, as well as strengthen market-based system. Energy economic security constitutes another important area for collaboration. We have a solid foundation for practical cooperation, particularly in renewable energy development, supply chain diversification, and the sustainable sources of strategic resources. A key area for practical cooperation also fight against transnational organized crime. Enhanced collaboration, information sharing, and capacity building are therefore essential to address these shared threats effectively. Lithuania, increasingly interconnected world multilateralism is individual. Stronger partnership between Europe and America's continents contribute not only to the regional resilience, but also to global stability. Lithuania, which will hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2027, is committed to ensuring this opportunity to further advance dialogue and to deepen both political engagements and economic cooperation among our regions. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister. It is now my pleasure to hear from and to invite His Excellency François Beaufret-Pédot, Undersecretary of State for the Americas of Switzerland.
Secretary General, distinguished delegates and guests. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Panama for its warm hospitality and the Organization of American States for convening this dialogue with the permanent observers. Pour tenir compte de la diversité.
Taking into account the linguistic diversity of the members of the Organization of American States, I will speak in French, one of the official languages of Switzerland, as well as an official language of this organization. The international order has become ever more fragile. The geopolitical challenges and the questioning and challenges to international law, as well as reservations for certain kinds of international cooperation, are major challenges for our multilateral institutions. Switzerland, nonetheless, is firmly committed to promote international cooperation based on multilateralism and shared rules. We are firmly convinced of the importance of multilateral cooperation. For this reason, we are desirous of working with others to make our multilateral institutions more efficacious, both internationally as well as regionally. A more agile and effective multilateralism, in our opinion, depends on multilateral organizations that will fulfill the values and the objectives of their original charters, and that will take into account the principles of subsidiarity.
In fulfilling its original mandate to promote democracy, human rights, security, and development. Switzerland has been an observer state for nearly 50 years and will continue to support the OAS in its crucial mission. Our democratic institutions are facing increasing pressure, both from within and from outside. We are witnessing growing polarization, while fundamental freedom and trust in public institutions are eroding. When it comes to defending democracy, Switzerland is convinced that institutions do matter. That's why Switzerland and the OAS have just launched a joint initiative to strengthen the independence and institutional resilience of electoral management bodies across the hemisphere. Switzerland also continues to support the Inter-American human rights system and the OAS election observation mission. At a time when democratic value can no longer be taken for granted, these mechanisms remain essential for maintaining public trust in democratic institutions and preserving our shared values. El multilateralismo también tiene un
Multilateralism also has an important role to play in ensuring security and stability. The most important challenges that this region faces are well known. The tentacular influence of organized crime, the influence of criminal gangs, the illicit trafficking, and the influence of these and the threat to our societies. No country must face these challenges alone. All of us depend on international cooperation. In Colombia, for example, Switzerland has supported for many years the role of the mission of the OAS. In the last 25 years, we have supported and backed successive governments of Colombia in their efforts for reestablishing security and a lasting peace. And we wish to continue doing so in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, when the interests of international cooperation are questioned, we must be mindful of the fact that a fragmentation does not mean that our challenges disappear. It only makes them more difficult to resolve. For this reason, Switzerland trusts that the OAS will continue its work and reaffirms our firm commitment to support the work of member states to strengthen democratic institutions, to promote peace and security, and to promote integral development and stability throughout the hemisphere. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Suisse.
Thank you, Switzerland. Thank you also for your hospitality during my recent visit to your country. My greetings to the Vice President. We had a wonderful meeting in Bern, and I also wish to express thanks before all of the delegates and the ambassadors here for your support. It's a very potent and powerful representation of the importance of neutrality, Switzerland being the heart of neutrality. We continue now hearing from His Excellency Xi Feng, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the OAS from China.
Distinguished delegates, first, please allow me to clarify a basic fact. As a major shipping country, China always attaches great importance to maritime traffic and personnel safety. Regrettably, since the start of this year, Panama flagged ships have been involved in 3 consecutive collisions between merchant or fishing vessels in Chinese waters, resulting in 5 people killed and missing. Out of a sense of responsibility for maritime safety, including the safety of vessels and especially personnel, China has conducted port state control inspections on incoming vessels in accordance with Chinese laws and international conventions, which do not target any specific country or flag and are fully legitimate. Since being granted the concession in 1997, the related Chinese enterprise had operated the ports at both ends of the Panama Canal in accordance with law, making positive contributions to local economic development. Over the past 3 decades, cooperation between the 2 sides was smooth, with no major disagreements, and no complaints were raised about the enterprise. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court of Panama issued an abrupt ruling in January this year, forcibly taking over the ports and ousting the Chinese enterprise. Anyone clear-eyed can see this is politically driven. If contracts could be disregarded, market principles ignored, assets taken over, and operators forced out of out at any time, who would have the confidence to invest and seek cooperation? China urges Panama again to correct its mistakes and protect the legitimate and lawful rights and interests of Chinese businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, today changes in the world not seen in a century are accelerating, and the LAC region is facing grave challenges. China is always a good friend and good partner of LAC countries. President Xi Jinping has called for launching 5 programs on solidarity, development, civilization, peace, and people-to-people connectivity. We need to tide over the difficulties together and build a China-LAC community with a shared future. Let us together advocate solidarity and coordination, upholding sovereign equality. We have supported each other on issues bearing on one another's core interests. Committed to multilateralism, we have jointly safeguarded international fairness and justice. Let us together pursue development and rejuvenation. Let us together promote mutual learning among civilizations. Let us together maintain peace and stability, and let us together build more bridges between our people. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I've asked the Secretary General I've been asked by the Secretary General to allow me to respond, and let me speak to you now, not as the president of this gathering, but as the foreign minister. I do not wish to have our dialogue turn into a public dialogue. Let me invite you at the end of our gathering to meet privately. Nonetheless, I must point out a number of issues that you have described inaccurately. My country is a democracy. My country has the separation of powers. Your country is different from mine, and I must say that Panama respects its diplomatic relations with all countries, and including those present here. But my country and my government and my president respects our Constitution even more. The decision of the Supreme Court of Justice was clear. The renewal of the concession did not meet with the requirements, the legal requirements from my country. And I must say that the legal issues began with the former government. Let me clarify that the Supreme Court of Justice has a clear majority of magistrates, of justices that were named by prior administrations, prior governments than the one in power today. And your representatives in our country, in this country, do not understand the system of government in my country. They asked me a number of times to interfere in a decision of an organ subject to this separation of powers. The only thing my government can do is to follow the orders of the Supreme Court. We value the relationship with China. If there are differences between us, I invite you for us to dialogue about them. Your government is aware that my country is willing to travel to your capital, to speak on equal conditions, and to resolve our differences. Yes, you are sovereign in the exercise of inspections and detentions in your ports, but it is also important for this audience here to hear that those inspections and those detentions of ships were not carried out in ports near your country, nor in Vietnam or South Korea, or the Philippines or Japan. The number and the increase is substantially in excess or greater than those that existed prior to the issuance of the Supreme Court of Justice's order. My country does not wish to enter into a rivalry between superpowers. My country has a respectful dialogue, and we recognize the importance of a respectful relationship with the People's Republic of China, and we value the renewed channels of communication between our foreign ministers. But you must understand that my country has a constitutional obligation, my government has an obligation to defend the interests of my country. I invite you to a respectful dialogue, but also to respect my constitution as I respect yours. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to make this intervention.
Le damos la palabra.
We now call on Her Excellency Buhra Boudikha, the Ambassador of Morocco. Thank you, Mr. Minister and President of the Secretary General of the General Assembly, Alex Ramdin, and Assistant Secretary General Laura Gil, the Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Your Excellencies, ministers, heads of delegation of permanent observers. Let me begin by expressing my most sincere thanks to the government of Panama for the efforts undertaken to host and allow for this important meeting, as well as to the Organization of American States for the promotion of peace and development of all the countries of the Americas. The Kingdom of Morocco, as a permanent observer, values its growing associations with the OAS. We gather together under the theme that is very symbolic, the Americas United on the bicentennial of the Amphitryon Congress, strong multilateralism and defense of hemispheric security, stability in the member states. This theme reminds us that no country, as has been stated previously, no matter how strong it is, can face these challenges alone, the challenges of our time. And multilateralism is precisely this vote of confidence that our concerted and shared efforts are stronger than the threats to multilateralism. Equally, the defense of a strong multilateralism also means betting on institutions that lead us to common dialogues where, no matter how small or large the state, the voice of each delegation will be heard. The capacity of multilateralism builds on its capacity to develop common shared values facing migratory flows and challenges to the international trade. Only in forums like that of the OAS can we address challenges, respond to early alerts, and protect our populations and our peoples equally. Multilateralism does not diminish sovereignty, but rather strengthen it because it gives collective tools to each member state to address challenges that it cannot resolve alone. And as such, it is the best guarantee for democracy and stability. This confidence is the political capital that we need to prevent conflicts, to defend fundamental freedoms, and to ensure that hemispheric security is not a privilege reserved to only a few, but rather the shared responsibility of all. This historic watershed moment reminds us that the ideals of cooperation and multilateral solidarity are atemporal. Morocco fully shares this vision of building bridges not only within the Americas, but also between Africa and the Americas. With this clear vision, His Majesty, King Hassan VI, has favored South-South cooperation, human development at the heart of our national and international policy. Inspired by the example of the Amphitryon Congress, I would like to underscore three clear messages. Firstly, Morocco firmly believes in the current power of South-South cooperation. We consider Africa and Latin America as natural partners and allies facing common challenges and, moreover, more importantly, common solutions. Secondly, the Atlantic must become a space and an opportunity for shared prosperity. Morocco is firmly committed to transform this ocean from a geographic limit to a dynamic platform for peace, stability, and inclusive development and growth. Thirdly, unity without human development lacks any meaning. The inclusion of youth, of marginalized populations, and social cohesion, and a true development that was imagined 200 years ago, is only effective when it protects human dignity and strengthens cultural and economic links between our nations. As an observer state, we are committed to make our contribution to the efforts that will allow for the ensemble of our countries to strengthen our links and connect our countries and peoples. The Kingdom of Morocco is fully committed to strengthen its cooperation with the OAS and to support the roadmap that the Secretary General has mentioned today. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Muchas gracias, señora embajadora.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. We continue now with the ambassador from Japan, my friend Matsunaga Kazuyoshi. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegation, I would like to express sincere gratitude for the opportunity to address this gathering and wish to express its deep respect for the work of the government of Panama and the OAS. Although Japan and America are geographically distant, we are bound together as important partners who share fundamental values and principles, including democracy, the rule of law, and free trade. Backed by the network of the community of Japanese immigrants and descendants, and a long track record of ODA and investment, Japan and America have cultivated enduring ties of friendship and trust. Moreover, the Americas are assuming growing strategic importance from the perspective of supply chain diversification and resilience, geopolitical consideration, and economic security. Japan is committed to further deepening strategic cooperation that serves the mutual interest of both Japan and the Americas. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan has long placed the maintenance and strengthening of dialogue with all nations at the core of its approach to the Americas. Responding to the individual circumstances and needs of each country, Japan has in recent years been providing $800 million in assistance annually across the region. Such assistance encompasses support to address the root causes of irregular migration, contribution to job creation for returning migrants, and humanitarian assistance for vulnerable populations. Japan is also providing support to strengthen the capacity of law enforcement agencies in partner countries with a view to eradicate drug trafficking between Asia, including Japan, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Japan will continue to contribute to the stability and the prosperity of the Americas through its sustained engagement on migration and narcotics issues. Furthermore, turning now to technical and economic cooperation, through the application of Japanese companies' advanced expertise and technology, notably in environmental management and disaster risk reduction, Japan will work to address the challenges facing each country. As a concrete example, Japan has recently provided equipment for the removal of sargassum seaweed to Antigua and Barbuda and the Dominican Republic. In addition, last year, Japan established the coordination platform, Placida, to promote the overseas expansion of private sector companies in the infrastructure field. Japan intends to make effective use of these multi-layered tools to continue delivering thoughtful and tailored cooperation going forward. Allow me to focus now on our direct partnership with the OAS. Japan attaches great importance to its cooperation with the OAS, which stands on the 4 pillars of democracy, human rights, security, and development, and has steadily built cooperation across a wide range of fields. The National ID Card Issuance Project in Haiti, to which Japan contributed $8 million through the OAS, was successfully completed last year. The project resulted in an increase of more than 1 million registered voters and ID card holders, making a significant contribution to enhancing Haitian citizens' access to public services. Japan is currently considering continued support encompassing the updating of voter roll, the production and distribution of ID documents, and awareness-raising activity on civil registration and legal identity. In closing, the world changed rapidly and geopolitical competition intensified. The importance of the Americas is only growing. Japan has positioned the free and open Indo-Pacific, FOIP, as a pillar of its diplomacy and aims to uphold freedom and the rule of law while maintaining and strengthening an international order that respects diversity and inclusivity. The OAS is an indispensable platform for deepening Japan's engagement with the Americas, and we look forward to building an ever stronger partnership with tangible results. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. We will now hear from the Ambassador, His Excellency Adem Bar, General Director of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Israel.
Ministers, distinguished delegates, it is a profound honor to address this General Assembly on behalf of Israel. I wish to express our sincere gratitude to our host, the people and the government of Panama, for their warm hospitality. Israel's partnership with the Organization of American States is anchored in history and driven by a shared vision of a secure, prosperous, and sustainable Western Hemisphere. Since becoming an observer state in 2002, has worked alongside the OAS for 54 years, today stronger than ever. Recognizing the immense potential of this region, Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar designated 2020, the year 2026, as the year of the Latin America and the Caribbean, signaling a strategic pivot to elevate our engagement to unprecedented heights. This is reflected in historic visits of the President to Panama and Costa Rica this year, alongside numerous ministerial and professional missions across the continent. Our cooperation spans critical pillars of sustainable development and security. One of the joint projects we held, per the request of the OAS, was 18 years collaboration for youth empowerment and internship through our fruitful partnership with the Young American Trust, YIBT. Concurrently, Israel remains steadfast partner in countering transnational threats, actively collaborating with the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism to foster stability and promoting sustainable development, emphasizing gender equality. Development, however, requires tangible solutions. Together with our American partners, we are actively supporting nations across the hemisphere in climate-smart agriculture, water management, advanced healthcare solutions, and economic development. This commitment is our newly fund with the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, designed specifically to realize economic opportunities and inclusive growth in the region. Looking ahead, we are poised to expand this framework. Following a recent meeting between the head of Mashav, Israel's Agency for International Development Cooperation, and Secretary General in Washington last month, we have committed to launching a comprehensive development dialogue. To translate this vision into immediate action, our experts will convene working-level dialogue immediately following this General Assembly. From Guatemala to Mashav, experts continue to work on the ground, co-creating sustainable solutions alongside local communities. Finally, Israel warmly welcomes the OAS landmark resolution adopted on June 17th, establishing the permanent observance of International Holocaust Remembrance Day on January 27th within the organization. This bold this hemisphere's unwavering commitment to remembrance, education, and global fight against anti-Semitism, racism, and intolerance. Through our network of embassies and diplomatic representations across the Americas, Israel stands ready to partner with every member state to develop educational programming. Thank you, and may our partnership continue to flourish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. I'm now honored to invite Her Excellency Marjan Kamstra, the Director for the Western Hemisphere from the Kingdom of Netherlands.
Your Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Martinez Acha, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the Netherlands, allow me to express our appreciation to the Secretary General for convening this dialogue with permanent observers and to Minister Acha for so graciously hosting the Assembly in beautiful Panama. Being through our Caribbean parts of our kingdom creates a special bond. And while our countries, cultures, and languages may differ, our partnership is defined by the many things we have in common. To fighting climate change, to join transnational organized crime, to multilateral cooperation, and to protecting the international legal order is under growing pressure. The OAS is a guardian for shared values in the Americas, safeguarding peace, defending democracy, protecting human rights, and promoting development through cooperation rather than confrontation. We are grateful for the support many states have given Ukraine to end Russia's war in Europe. This is not about geography. It is about how we want to share. Partnerships are ever more important when it comes to promoting the international legal order, democracy, and human rights, especially when it is under pressure, such is the case in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. For the Kingdom of the Netherlands, protecting and promoting a rules-based order in Europe, in the Americas, and globally lies at the core of our foreign policy. The OAS, we work on this in concrete ways by supporting the OAS electoral observation, by supporting the American Commission on Human Rights, by investing in institutional capacity building, for example, through diplomatic training in The Hague for diplomats from Latin America. Hemispheric security in the Americas is threatened by transnational organized crime and corruption. Drugs involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, and other illicit activities erode institutions, fuel violence, and undermine trust in the state. They also put pressure on the notion of the Caribbean as a zone of peace. The Kingdom of the Netherlands experiences these threats directly, both in the Caribbean and in Europe. And no state can address these transnational challenges alone. It is imperative that we strengthen regional cooperation against organized crime and our democracies, our security, and our prosperity. Instruments such as the Treaty of San Jose provide a platform for coordination and cooperation, reinforcing our collective resilience against the forces undermining legal order. Hemispheric stability is increasingly shaped by climate-related risks. Across the Americas, rising sea levels, frequent and intense storms, droughts and floods, and loss of biodiversity undermine human security, strain public finance, and create social tensions. Also, this is a challenge that we need to face together. therefore promotes multilateral cooperation on climate finance, sustainable development, and disaster management. As a close partner of the Organization of American States, the Kingdom of the Netherlands will continue to work with you on these shared challenges. Bridging regions and perspectives, we aim to reinforce firm multilateralism at a time when it is urgently needed. We wish the OAS and its member states a successful General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Martin Kamstra. We continue with Erkan Aytun, Director General for Latin America from Turkey. We do ask you to stick to your 4 minutes. Mr. President, General Secretary, Ms. Assistant Secretary General, distinguished participants, all. First of all, I would like to express my thanks for the invitation. It is a privilege to be here with you in this dialogue focused on the future and increasing cooperation between member states and observer states in the framework of the OAS. This meaningful meeting coincides with the bicentennial of the Panamanian Congress, which reflects that vision of multilateral that the leaders, Simón Bolívar, had. The Panamanian Congress was one of those first manifestations of this ambition, and his spirit continues to inspire us now, inviting nations to collaborate in stability, prosperity, and mutual respect. Ladies and gentlemen, for Turkey, the relationship with the Americas is an integral part of our foreign affairs policy, seeks to create relationships between countries and peoples. And our condition as permanent observer in OAS, which is almost 3 decades old, reflects our long-standing commitment to dialogue, cooperation, and collaboration between regions and cultures. To date, Turkey has $2 million to OAS projects. And these financial contributions are modest when compared to the OAS agenda. However, they reflect a consistent political will to support institutions, programs, and initiatives that generate tangible benefits for the peoples of the Americas. Esteemed colleagues, the hemispheric challenges and dialogues that we look at today go from to transnational organized crime, irregular migration, and climate vulnerability. All of these are connected. The 4 pillars of the OAS that we have mentioned today offer a framework to face these challenges. And in the framework of the pillar of democracy, I want to mention the strengthening of institutions and democratic practices within the inter-American system, including through contributions of election observations by the OAS and the development of institutional capacities. Transparent electoral processes that are participatory and trustworthy are important not just for political legitimacy, but for public trust and national cohesion. In the framework of the human rights pillar, Turkey notes the importance of institutional capacities for inclusive dialogue, protection of vulnerable groups. Immigration is an environment where cooperation and fair sharing of responsibilities are indispensable. One of the largest populations of refugees in the world and has developed considerable experience in migratory management and humanitarian response. We are willing to share this experience and contribute to the efforts of the OAS in this area. In the framework of the integral development pillar, Turkey has several projects that include social cohesion, innovation, and sustainable growth. In the same way, we have contributed to building trust through efforts related to the adjacent zone between Belize and Guatemala, as well as the OAS project. Turkey has contributed to regional development through the Turkish Agency for Cooperation and Coordination, which was carried out more than 600 projects in the Americas, covering many different environments like agriculture, education, rural development, and empowerment of women. In the framework of multidimensional security as a pillar, we have supported the OAS efforts related to the peace process and the mediation of the border issue between Guatemala, a leading country in the fight against illicit drug trafficking and transnational organized crime, operating in operations related to anti-terrorism, drug trafficking, and security governance. We must remember that no country can face these issues alone, and that international and national platforms are for coordination, capacity development, and prevention. Distinguished representatives, climate change is another environment that requires global cooperation. To face this challenge, Turkey has been mandated by the presidency that we will of the COP31, which we'll be receiving in the future, together with members of the OAS, we will be promoting a climate agenda that provides solutions related to resilience, adaptation, and sustainable development. I would like to conclude by reaffirming the openness of Turkey to work with all OAS member states, the Secretariat, and permanent observers in order to strengthen our shared commitment to peace, democratic resilience, and sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director General. We will now hear from Ms. Catherine O'Neill, Assistant Director for the Americas and Head of the Department for Latin America from the United Kingdom.
Distinguished, I am delighted to be back in Panama and here today representing the UK as a permanent observer of the American states. And I would like to join others in thanking the government of Panama for its warm hospitality as host. The OAS remains a key institution for promoting dialogue, partnership, and unity across the continent, particularly in light of the ongoing regional and global challenges we are collectively facing. These challenges make this year's theme of promoting the vital role played by multilateralism in the defense of democracy, security, and stability more relevant than ever, both across this region and globally. The UK continues to support the work of the OAS, just as we value our strong partnerships with countries across the region. We share collective ambitions on climate, have common goals for mutual growth and sustained development, and are united in our efforts to promote security and stability, whether in the region or worldwide, including in support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's illegal war of aggression. The OAS is a long-standing example of how a multilateral institution can bring countries together to face global challenges that threaten our safety and prosperity. We welcome the OAS's commitment to strengthening democracy and promoting good governance as a cornerstone of the organization. We were pleased to see a smooth transition in last elections. Lasting peace will require decisive political action from all Haitian stakeholders, alongside international support, including from the OAS. We remain deeply concerned by the continued deterioration of democratic governance, civic space, and human rights in Nicaragua also. The tragic death in detention of indigenous leader Brooklyn Rivera underscores the risks faced by political and community figures and the shrinking space for dissent and independent voices. Elsewhere in the region, we remain firmly committed to a peaceful democratic transition in Venezuela. The situation there continues to have profound implications for the wider region, and we welcome the transition talks announced last week and support the role of the OAS and regional partners in promoting dialogue and supporting a democratic transition. Our collective objective remains clear: a stable, democratic and prosperous Venezuela that respects the will of the Venezuelan people and contributes to stability and prosperity across the hemisphere. This stability is essential for economic growth, sustainable development and our climate action conditions. Biodiversity and climate change are the biggest global challenges we face today. The UK Caribbean Infrastructure Fund is a tangible demonstration of the UK's commitment to sustainable development. This fund will help boost economic growth, reduce poverty, and provide benefits for marginalised and disadvantaged groups. I will end by saying that there is a growing potential for us to deepen our trading ties, forging partnerships that offer mutual benefit and lasting impact for all our economies in this region. The UK looks forward to continuing its work with the OAS and its members to meet the shared challenges and opportunities we face together. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. We will finish this block by hearing from Germany. We pass the floor to Mr. Martin Thummel, permanent observer before the OAS.
Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, heads of delegations, delegates, it's a great honor for me to speak at this assembly. First of all, I would also like to thank Panama for so graciously and efficiently hosting this conference. It is a testament to your country's ability to host events of this kind, and we're looking forward to further opportunities to experience it. As many have said before me, we live in challenging times, and therefore the OAS's role as a unifying force promoting and defending democracy, human rights, security, and development and prosperity are essential. Germany has a long track record of supporting the OAS in many different fields, ranging from the Colombian peace process to election observation missions, the promotion of human rights, and innovative green financing. For the sake of time, just as a brief kind of summary of that, Germany has committed more than $10 million in the years 21 to 25 to the OAS's various projects and programs, and are therefore one of the largest individual donors amongst observer countries. Let me just focus on two areas here. One of them is the situation in Haiti. Germany is one of the biggest supporters of the UN's efforts to deploy the gang suppression force. We have committed close to $50 million to the trust fund. We are pleased to see some progress made, and the deployment, we need faster progress. At the same time, through the European Union, we also support the OAS's program to assist the national police in establishing forward operating bases. Also on that one, we would like to see rapid progress, and most importantly, we would like to see these two efforts to be mutually supportive, mutually reinforcing, and very well coordinated. And frankly speaking, we think there could be more progress on this front. Secondly, the issue of illicit drug trafficking and transnational organized crime has been mentioned. I am pleased to state that the federal government just published an action plan in this field, and will quite soon announce a whole-of-government approach on this field to work especially with Latin America and the Caribbean. This has not been published yet, but we do believe that this will also give further impetus to cooperation also with this organization in this field. I'm very pleased to invite participants in our side event tomorrow at 12 o'clock that we are co-hosting with Panama on interregional cooperation in the recovery and repurposing of assets from organized crime. Coming back to the OAS's program on forward operating basis, we're also happy to offer second personnel to headquarters in Washington to help the OAS, support the OAS in its efforts to to improve the dire situation in Haiti. Lastly, on Ukraine, has been mentioned by several speakers, we are among the most vocal and in practical terms also active states supporting territorial integrity and sovereignty of that country. We also would like to join others in expressing our appreciation for those member states of the OAS who also have been supportive in this regard. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your interventions, all of the permanent observers. We thank you for your commitment to the region and your support for the OAS agenda. We will now continue on with the member states, and I will ask you, we are a bit behind on our agenda. All of your interventions are very interesting, and we are eager to hear them without exception. I will ask that you keep to your 4 minutes. Ecuador.
Mr. Foreign Minister of Panama and Mr. Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, and representatives of member states and of permanent observers, I wish firstly to express appreciation for the hospitality shown to us and for the organization of this assembly by Panama, and particularly to recognize the work of the Organization of American States for convening this opportunity for dialogue with permanent observer members and engaging in this dialogue so important to the work of our OAS and of particular relevance to the context currently. The rule of law, the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as the preservation of peace and security, are shared objectives that require coordinated answers and an effective international cooperation. Facing global challenges that are ever more complex, among them transnational organized crime, drug trafficking, cyber crime, and hybrid threats to peace and security, make it clear that no country, no member state may act alone. Multilateralism, international cooperation are indispensable tools to face these challenges effectively. Ecuador profoundly values the political, technical, and financial contributions of permanent observers, delegations, and countries. Thanks to their support, the OAS has been able to undertake initiatives that promote human rights, further institutional strengthening, and the lasting capacity and strengthening of capacities of member states. The international cooperation support of permanent observers is an essential component of projects that give concrete results for the benefit of our countries and peoples. This is a tangible expression of shared responsibility in favor of the principles and values that undergird the international system. Let me underscore the importance for my country of the fight against transnational organized crime. Ecuador faces significant challenges as a result of the expansion of criminal structures that operate beyond national borders and affect the security of citizens, democratic governance, and the perspectives for economic development. Faced with this challenge, we considered a priority to deepen international cooperation on security, exchange of information, technical assistance, institutional strengthening, and the fight against illicit economies. Protecting our societies is a shared responsibility requiring sustained cooperation based on mutual trust. The cooperation of permanent observers in this hemispheric endeavor will consolidate efforts undertaken by our own countries. For all of these reasons, Ecuador reaffirms our commitment to effective multilateralism, to achieve results, and to be able to respond to the concrete needs of our citizens. International cooperation acquires a meaningful sense when it is translated into opportunities and capacities that improve the lives of people. Since its creation in 2004, within the framework of the 34th Ordinary Session of the General Assembly held in Quito, Ecuador, this mechanism of dialogue has shown itself to be a useful platform to strengthen bonds between member states and permanent observers and promote a ever more dynamic, specialized, and effective cooperation for the benefit of all of our hemisphere. This year, upon the commemoration of the bicentennial of the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, we evoke one of the first expressions of the ideals for cooperation between the nations of the Americas. 2 centuries later, this same spirit continues to inspire our efforts as member countries of the OAS and is expressed in a valuable and meaningful manner with the partnership with permanent observer states. Let me reiterate the cooperation and the support and thanks of Ecuador to permanent observers for your work in strengthening the inter-American system. We issue a call for this opportunity to identify new opportunities for collaboration in the benefit of a more democratic, prosperous, and secure hemisphere. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Ecuador. We pass the floor to the delegation from Bahamas.
Madam Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished permanent observers, good afternoon. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas extends its sincerest appreciation for the convening of this important dialogue between the member states of the OAS and its permanent observers. We join previous speakers in expressing our profound gratitude to permanent observers for their long-standing engagement with and the support for the work of the organization. Through voluntary contributions, technical cooperation, expertise, and strategic partnerships, permanent observers have become indispensable partners in advancing the 4 pillars of this organization. The value of this partnership is evident throughout the hemisphere. In the case of the Bahamas, we recall with appreciation the recent deployment of the OAS Electoral Observation Mission during our general elections. Such missions remain among the organization's most visible and respected instruments for strengthening democratic institutions and public confidence in electoral processes, and they would not be possible without the support of the permanent observers. We also note with appreciation the contributions of 75 accredited permanent observers whose average annual support over the past 2 years has approximated $25.5 million. We do encourage the continued active participation of all accredited permanent observers in the work of this organization. As we look ahead, the Bahamas believes there is an opportunity to further deepen and modernize this relationship. Permanent observers should be viewed not only as contributors, but as strategic partners capable of mobilizing expertise, innovation, technology, knowledge, and development cooperation in support of other member states. In this regard, please allow me to briefly highlight 3 areas where enhanced collaboration could yield meaningful results. First, Haiti remains among the most pressing challenges confronting our hemisphere. We encourage continued support for Haitian-led efforts to restore stability, strengthen democratic governance, and address humanitarian needs, and create the conditions necessary for sustainable development. Beyond financial assistance, technical expertise and institutional capacity building will remain essential to Haiti's long-term recovery and resilience. Second, the Language Cooperation Program continues to strengthen inclusion and participation within the inter-American system. The Bahamas expresses its appreciation to those permanent observers, particularly France and Spain, that have supported this initiative and encourages continued investment in language training, educational exchange, and cultural cooperation. Third, climate change remains an existential challenge for many countries of the Americas, particularly small island developing states. We therefore welcome the implementation of the Inter-American Climate Action Plan and encourage partnerships that advance climate resilience, renewable energy, disaster risk reduction, sustainable development, and access to climate finance. We also welcome the strengthening of the Inter-American Emergency Aid Fund, FUNDEM, as natural disasters become more frequent and severe. Ensuring that this mechanism remains adequately resourced will require continued support from the international community, including our permanent observers. Chair, as the OAS continues to evolve, there are significant opportunities to deepen cooperation through innovative partnerships involving governments, international organizations, academia, and development institutions, and the private sector. The Bahamas supports efforts to position the OAS as a platform for convening expertise and innovation and other forms of participation. Moreover, the permanent mission of the Bahamas aligns itself with the proposal advanced by the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda for the establishment of a structured and focused mechanism of engagement between permanent observers and CARICOM member states, and facilitated by the Second General Secretariat, with a view to fostering deeper collaboration and identifying new and relative opportunities for partnership. Partnerships are strongest when they are grounded not merely in transactions and extractions, but in trust, not only in contributions, but in collaboration, and not simply in shared interest, but in shared purpose. Accordingly, notwithstanding existing bilateral channels of engagement, the Bahamas welcomes continued opportunities to engage with partners, observer states, to hear their perspectives, hear their challenges, and receive their recommendations as we work together to strengthen both our partnerships and define a responsive role for the OAS in advancing our common objectives. In closing, the Bahamas reiterates its sincere appreciation to the permanent observers for their long-standing commitment to the inter-American system and assures them of our continued support in strengthening these important partnerships ahead. Chair, I thank you and this forum for its kind attention.
I'll pass the floor now to the Republic of Uruguay. I would like to ask you to please stick to your 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. President, General Secretary, and distinguished permanent representatives. Uruguay thanks you for your presence. We thank the permanent observers for their participation. We believe that this dialogue is very important to reinforce our coordination in this region in a context where we are more and more interdependent and face similar challenges. The OAS is a key space for building bridges and identifying lines of action that will allow us to strengthen the pillars of this organization: democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. Our country deeply appreciates the participation of the permanent observers. Their participation has allowed us to enrich hemispheric debate, share experiences, enrich democracies, and have cultural bonds. It has also provided technical funds for different activities carried out by member states. We especially want to thank the assistance provided for the electoral missions and other special democratic missions, as well as the support to the inter-American human rights system, the work being done to fight drugs and to control weapons in the region. These are just a few of the priority areas. Uruguay considers that structured dialogue focused on results with permanent observers contributes not just to strengthening the actions of the OAS, but also to joining regions and breaking down divisions, allowing us to align on defined priorities. Mr. President, this is a very special time for Uruguay. We have taken on the chair or presidency of ECLAC, as well as other key organizations, and the president of our republic will be taking on the presidency of Mercosur to be able to implement the EU agreement with Mercosur. We reiterate Uruguay's commitment to a strong OAS, building bridges between different international spaces and coordinating efforts through permanent, transparent dialogue with our strategic partners. We trust that this dialogue will help to build bridges and to strengthen the participation of permanent observer states to face the challenges in our region and to move forward together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Uruguay. We'll pass the floor now to Trinidad and Tobago.
Distinguished heads of delegation, Mr. Secretary General, and Madam Assistant Secretary General, esteemed heads of delegation, first let me begin by thanking the government of Panama for their love and hospitality. It is my pleasure to participate in today's dialogue with heads of delegation of permanent observer countries to the Organization of American States. Trinidad and Tobago enjoys a strong and enduring relation with many of you and greatly values your ongoing partnership. At a time when our region faces challenges on multiple fronts, this dialogue provides an important opportunity to reaffirm the value of multilateral cooperation in safeguarding democracy, strengthening security, and promoting stability throughout the Americas. Chair, from transnational organized crime and security threats to economic uncertainty, democratic pressures, and the growing impacts of natural disasters, the challenges confronting our hemisphere make it clear that no country can effectively address these issues in isolation. They require collective action, shared responsibility, and strong partnerships. It is against this backdrop that Trinidad and Tobago conveys its deep appreciation for the invaluable contributions that permanent observers continue to make to the work of this organization and to the advancement of our region. Through voluntary financial contributions, technical cooperation, professional training, scholarships, capacity building initiatives, and the sharing of expertise and best practices, permanent observers have become indispensable partners in supporting the OAS efforts across its 4 pillars. The record level of contributions to the OAS Specific Fund in 2025 is a powerful demonstration of this commitment. These investments support programs that strengthen democratic institutions, enhance security cooperation, build resilience to natural and man-made threats, promote sustainable development, and expand opportunities for the peoples of our hemisphere. They also contribute to the development of our human capital, strengthening institutional capacity and promoting innovation, thus helping member states better respond to both long-standing and emerging challenges. Chair, the partnership between member states and permanent observers stands as a practical example of effective multilateralism in action. It demonstrates what can be achieved when countries and partners work together in pursuit of shared goals and common values. Trinidad and Tobago remains firmly committed to strengthening these partnerships and to working with permanent observers and fellow member states to advocate and advance a more secure, resilient, and prosperous hemisphere for present and future generations. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellency Javier Martinez Acha, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, Secretary General, His Excellency Albert Ramdin, heads of delegation, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished permanent representatives, observers, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of Jamaica is pleased to participate in this important dialogue with the permanent observers of the Organization of American States at this important moment for our hemisphere. We wish to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the very efficient manner in which you have been guiding the proceedings, as well as to extend our sincere appreciation to the government and people of Panama for their kind hospitality. This type of engagement is valuable because it allows us to meet directly with permanent observers, partners, and hear first-hand perspectives, receive updates on the support provided to the organization, and discuss prospects for future collaboration. Such exchanges deepen our understanding of shared priorities and help us to strengthen the partnerships that are essential to advancing the work of the OAS through political, technical expertise, the exchange of best practices, and significant financial contributions. I wish to express Jamaica's appreciation for the long-standing commitment of the permanent observers to the values and objectives of the Organization of American States. Your support is evident in areas such as OAS electoral observation missions, capacity building, democratic governance programs, security, language training, energy cooperation, the promotion of human rights, health education, and the development of new technologies. These contributions have strengthened institutions, promoted development, and improved the lives of many citizens across the hemisphere. The report of the Department of External and Internal Relations highlighted a 4.3% increase in financial contributions in 2025 when compared to 2024. These contributions are not only indicative of generosity, but also a strong and unwavering commitment to hemispheric cooperation and collective progress. We wish to acknowledge the valuable discussions held during the recently concluded 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council on Dialogue with Permanent Observers, held in Washington, D.C. at the OAS headquarters. Those discussions reaffirmed the importance of pursuing more strategic, coordinated, and results-oriented approaches to coordination. The meaningful exchanges underscored the need to ensure that support from permanent observers is aligned with the priorities identified by member states and that our collective efforts deliver measurable and sustainable outcomes. Mr. Chairman, for Jamaica, several priority areas present significant opportunities for deeper collaboration, particularly for marginalized communities. These include digital transformation and innovation, where partnerships can support digital government services, cybersecurity, and greater connectivity. We also see even greater opportunities in language training and educational exchanges, which can enhance human capital development and improve access to global opportunities. The development of infrastructure and climate adaptation and resilience remain key priorities for small island developing states such as Jamaica. We must affirm our collective responsibility to preserve and strengthen the multilateral system as the OAS continues to serve us as a vital platform for dialogue, consensus building, and collective action. Jamaica remains committed to working closely with permanent observers, member states, and the General Secretariat of the OAS to strengthen the strategic partnership and advance our common objectives. Together, we can ensure that the OAS remains responsive, effective, and relevant in addressing the priorities of our citizens. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. We'll pass the floor to the Republic of Colombia, our dear neighbors. Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you to stick to the 4 minutes. Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Javier Acha Vasquez, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Albert Ramden, Assistant General Secretary, Ambassador Laura Hill, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for Colombia to participate in this session, and we thank you for your hospitality in Panama. We believe it is not a coincidence that at the 200th anniversary of the Panama Congress held by Liberator Simón Bolívar, we are holding this conference here. For us, this conference was a precursor for multilateralism in the hemisphere. It had a vision for autodetermination, self-determination of the people, and coordination between the states in current geopolitics. The challenges of a fragile international order bring us to constructive dialogue that can strengthen multilateralism, collaborative work between nations, and shared responsibility as we fight drug trafficking, corruption, and other common shared risks. Colombia expresses deep thanks to the observer states for their consistent support for the Charter of the OAS. Your commitments strengthen our collective actions and reaffirm the value of multilateralism as an indispensable tool for facing common challenges and building lasting solutions for our peoples. Recognizing the important role that the observer states of the OAS play, the permanent mission of Colombia the last month, February, held a session dedicated to the permanent observers, which was called a strategic alliance for the future of the hemisphere, seeking to deepen joint work to benefit the region. And that event with the observer states allowed us to deepen our connections, deepen our capacities, and all of that progress has been key for us to make progress in the 4 pillars of the OAS. I specifically want to recognize political and financial support for the peace process, whose work continues to be fundamental for our peace policy and the strengthening of the institutional presidency throughout our territory. We want to especially thank Germany, Spain, Ireland, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, the UK, and Turkey for their support with the OAS, which reflects their work being done in Colombia to consolidate a lasting peace. We also want to highlight the work being done by observing states in priority areas for Colombia and the hemisphere, such as the Inter-American System for Human Rights, the electoral observation missions, citizen security, gender equality, and women's leadership. Colombia is convinced that the future of hemispheric cooperation is found in peace, democracy, human rights, and sustainable development. In this context, observer states are strategic partners for us being able to reach our mandates in our organization and to strengthen the hemisphere focused on the well-being of our citizens. Colombia will continue to provide experience, best practices, and resources to deepen our cooperation with all observer states. We will continue working with all of you, convinced that dialogue, cooperation, and multilateralism continue to be essential for the well-being of our hemisphere and humanity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Canciller. Le damos la palabra.
Thank you very much, Minister. We pass the floor to St. Lucia.
Foreign ministers and heads of delegations, Mr. Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of permanent observer states. St. Lucia is profoundly honored to participate in this vital dialogue, which serves as a crucial bridge between the sovereign member states of this hemisphere and our valued global partners. At the outset, I wish to extend my country's deepest commendation to our permanent observers. Your persistent commitment to the peoples of the Americas represents a cornerstone of our collective achievements and a testament to the true power of international fellowship. The overarching topic of this General Assembly, multilateralism in defense of democracy, hemispheric security, and stability in the American states, carries profound geopolitical resonance. We gather at a unique historical juncture, one defined by structural volatility, shifting global paradigms, and complex overlapping crises. In such an era,
Isolation is an illusion. The strategic alliance between the member states of the OAS and our permanent observers is a vital imperative for regional resilience. For more than half a century, the contributions of permanent observers have done more than supplement our resources. They have reinforced the very equilibrium of this hemisphere. By seamlessly channeling financial investments, technical mastery, educational endowments, and institutional capacity building into the inter-American system, you have breathed life into our 4 foundational pillars of our organization. For St. Lucia, this partnership has yielded tangible outcomes. Through precisely targeted OAS initiatives sustained by your generosity, our nation has locked in vital gains in human capital, digital transformation, and institutional modernization. Moreover, your support has directly fortified our front lines against environmental vulnerability, advanced the economic empowerment of women and youth, and catalyzed local sustainable development. It is highly encouraging to note that financial support from our permanent observers reached an extraordinary historic peak in 2025, exceeding US $26 million. This 20-year high is an eloquent vote of confidence in the relevance and structural integrity of the OAS. It reflects a shared conviction that investing in this hemisphere is an investment in global stability. We applaud those partners who have consistently matched their diplomatic solidarity with such robust, practical commitments. Yet, this remarkable milestone also reveals a strategic horizon. While 75 nations and the European Union honor us with their status as permanent observers, the financial architecture of this support remains concentrated among a select few. St. Lucia believes that the challenges of our time necessitate a broader democratization of this partnership. We invite all permanent observers to expand their footprint within the organization, transforming casual diplomatic alignment into active operational cooperation. As the OAS navigates its own fiscal realities, our focus must shift toward creating highly predictable, sustainable, and strategically aligned frameworks. We must explicitly direct these global resources toward the development pillar of the OAS. For small island developing states of the OAS, development is the literal prerequisite for security and democratic survival. When you invest in climate mitigation, public sector innovation, and economic diversification in a small state, you are directly preventing the systemic shocks that threaten hemispheric security. Excellencies, the challenges facing the Americas know no borders, respect no sovereignty, and defy unilateral solutions. No single state, regardless of its economic weight, can anchor the stability of this hemisphere alone. The active engagement of our permanent observers enriches our diplomatic discourse, multiplies our operational capacity, and elevates our regional architecture into a dynamic hub for global cooperation. Let us move forward from this dialogue with a renewed resolve to build a hemisphere that is not only fiercely democratic and secure, but structurally resilient and equitably prosperous for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. Now we'll pass the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, Minister of External Relations of Panama, Ministers, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies, Permanent Observers, distinguished guests. On behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I am deeply honored to have this opportunity to convey sincere appreciation to the permanent observers to the Organization of American States for their valued and meaningful contributions to the advancement of the peoples of the Americas, and notably to our country. The continued engagement of the permanent observers with the organization has strengthened cooperation in areas of vital importance, including sustainable development, disaster recovery, hemispheric security, citizen security, language learning, education and capacity building, institutional strengthening, and the preservation and promotion of democracy. These efforts reflect a shared commitment to dialogue, consensus building within the multilateral space, and the principles underpinning peace, stability, and inclusive progress throughout our hemisphere. St. Vincent and the Grenadines attaches great value to multilateralism and consequently to the spirit of partnership demonstrated by the permanent observers, whose initiatives and support have contributed to the strengthening of capacities, the widening of opportunities, and the deepening of mutual understanding among member states and observers. Chair, celebrating milestones is one of the many activities at the Organization of American States, which has been in existence for more than 7 decades. In this regard, we extend congratulations to the Permanent Observer Mission of Spain on celebrating 20 years of cooperation with the organization under the aegis of El Fondo Español para la OEA, FEPO. We therefore reiterate our profound gratitude for the constructive contributions and reaffirm our readiness to continue working together with the permanent observers in pursuit of the common objectives of development, security, democracy, cultural and linguistic exchanges, and the well-being of all peoples of the Americas. In this context, St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates the government and people of Panama for this important celebration of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama to give enhanced visibility to the ideals of serenity, good neighborliness, and the sharing of common values. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We'll now pass the floor to Canada. Welcome, Canada.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame la...
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Secretary General, to the Assistant Secretary, to the Chair. We would like to thank the observers, the permanent observers, for their commitment, which strengthens the work of the OAS and allows us to face the complex challenges that our region deals with. The General Assembly this year is very relevant in our regional context and our global context. Mr. Chair, the role of permanent observers is fundamental. They offer knowledge, experience, partnerships, and other contributions that collaborate with the OAS in meeting its 4 pillars of democracy, multidimensional security, etc. We deeply appreciate these partnerships that facilitate cooperation and practical results. Pressures on democracy highlight the need for making decisions in a collective way.
Friends, with whom we have worked closely in advancing issues of common interest, including human rights, gender equality, the rights of LGBTI+ persons, democratic strengthening, and hemispheric security. We would also wish to commend Spain's Fondo Español, a model which we invite others to consider. In addition, Mr. Chair, we salute Italy, the European Union, and Japan for their special support, and we thank the Holy See for its constant accompaniment. Mr. Chair, the challenges we face in the hemisphere are also shaped by global developments. Russia's illegal war against our permanent observer, Ukraine, remains a stark reminder of the importance of defending sovereignty and the rules-based international order. Canada is working relentlessly, both bilaterally and through multilateral fora, to secure and just and lasting peace for Ukraine, one that upholds Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and ensures its long-term security. Until that goal is achieved, addressing the human dimensions of the war remains a critical priority, including the return of prisoners of war, unlawfully detained civilians, and thousands of children who were forcibly taken from their families and sent to Russia. Mr. Chair, this organization is strongest when it leverages partnerships, including with our permanent observers, to deliver tangible results. Whether supporting democratic resilience, strengthening security cooperation, responding to crises such as in Haiti, or promoting inclusive growth, the engagement of permanent observers has a direct and meaningful impact. Canada remains committed to working closely with our permanent observers to address the multitude of challenges facing the Americas. Mr. Chair, by advancing firm multilateralism and deepening our partnerships, we can better defend democracy, strengthen security, and ensure stability across our hemisphere. Thank you. Merci, gracias, y obrigada.
Muchas gracias, Canadá.
Thank you very much to Canada. We'll pass the floor to Bolivia. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair of this distinguished session, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Panama, Javier Martinez, Honorable General Secretary Albert Ramdin, and Assistant General Secretary Laura Hill. I would like to greet all the participants, and especially the permanent observers, whose participation is an essential bridge between our hemisphere and the international community. We are living through a moment of global transition marked by geopolitical tensions, economic fragmentation, and a growing lack of trust in institutions. In this context, multilateralism must be a concrete tool to protect stability, guarantee rights, and generate tangible results. The permanent observers carry out, in our perspective, a strategic role in these efforts. Their contribution in technical support, financing, and knowledge transfer has been fundamental to move forward in areas like governability, integral development, and multidimensional security. In an environment with fiscal restrictions and growing social demands, this coordination is more valuable than ever. Bolivia knows from experience the challenges that democracy can face because of social pressure and illicit economies. Our recent experience has shown us that stability cannot be maintained with only rules, but there must be institutions that work, genuine political dialogue, and concrete results. In this framework, Bolivia reaffirms its commitment to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals as a concrete roadmap for strengthening democracy, reducing structural gaps, and consolidating more effective institutions. However, meeting these goals is not just about national action. It requires cooperation, finance, knowledge transfer, and coordination at an international level. On this point, the role of the permanent observers is fundamental. Their capacity to mobilize resources and contribute innovation in technology and share best practices allows the acceleration of meeting the SDGs in the hemisphere, especially in contexts where the states face fiscal restrictions and structural challenges.
Bolivia is equally aware of the internal challenges that we face, and for this reason, our commitment is clear to strengthen democratic institutions, to guarantee the institutional role, and to promote dialogue as a key tool to resolve differences within the rule of law, within the framework of the rule of law. I want to express appreciation to France for its words of support, heard to the support for the democratically elected leaders in my country, also to the European Union for the support shown in the electoral mission of last year. Finally, we believe that the strengthening of links between the OAS and permanent observers is not only desirable, but absolutely fundamental. Bolivia believes in a firm multilateralism, but also in a pragmatic multilateralism that is able not only to plan for, but to contribute to resolving and to build solutions. And this is the path that we propose for the strengthening of the agenda for the Americas, as has been noted here. We require greater understanding, greater cooperation, and greater results. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bolivia, for your intervention. We repeat and remind everyone of the expression of President Ramdin of organizing a visit of foreign ministers to your country to support the democratically elected government in Bolivia. Count on our support. Suriname has the floor.
Minister Javier Martinez Ashe Vasquez, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Laura Gill, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, distinguished representatives, greetings to all. It's a pleasure to participate in this important dialogue between the permanent observers, the member states, and the Organization of American States. I would like to convey Suriname's sincere appreciation for the long-standing commitment of the permanent observers to the work of the Organization of American States. Through engagement, expertise, and support, you have contributed to democratic governance, human rights, institutional strengthening, capacity building throughout our hemisphere. I would like to congratulate the Fondo Español para la OEA for its 20th anniversary and Spain's continued commitment to supporting our hemisphere. Today, I wish to focus on the challenges and opportunities that lie before us. By combining our resources, expertise, and political commitment, we can address some of the most pressing challenges in the hemisphere. At a time of growing global uncertainty, international cooperation is no longer merely desirable. It has become an essential requirement for addressing the complex and interconnected challenges facing our societies. Many of our countries, particularly small developing states, face unique structural constraints. We contend with vulnerability to external economic shocks, exposure to the growing impacts of climate change, high infrastructure costs, and restricted access to affordable financing. Yet, despite these challenges, our countries continue to demonstrate resilience, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to sustainable development. For Suriname and for many small developing and vulnerable states, The challenge is often to bridge the gap between identified priorities and the resources required to implement them. Meeting these challenges require more than national efforts alone. We see particular opportunities for deeper cooperation in areas of growing strategic importance, including energy security, climate adaptation, food security, digital innovation, critical infrastructure, sustainable natural resource management, and youth entrepreneurship. The challenges before us are significant, but so too are the opportunities for partnership and innovation. Let's continue our joint efforts, make it more robust and more focused. We believe that the concerns and priorities of small developing states should receive focused attention within hemispheric initiatives. Finally, Suriname deeply values the contributions of our permanent observers partners and looks forward to continuing working together to create stronger communities throughout the hemisphere. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. And finally, Paraguay, you have the floor. Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, ministers and members of the Permanent Observer delegations, Mr. Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General. On behalf of the delegation of Paraguay, we extend our thanks to the people and the government of Panama for the warm welcome shown to us since we arrived here. We congratulate you on this celebration of the bicentennial of the Amphitronic Congress, which will be recorded in history. We also note that Paraguay considers this dialogue with permanent observers as a chance to renew our efforts and strengthen concrete actions based on the 4 pillars that support our organization. We thank and value the technical and financial support that permanent observers contribute to the projects undertaken by the OAS. Your cooperation has a direct impact on institutional capacity of our states, member states, to face transnational and shared challenges, human trafficking, emerging challenges of cybersecurity, as well as organized crime. Faced with these multiple uncertainties and challenges, Paraguay reasserts that the support of our collective efforts is based on our national realities and priorities of each government and state, and fundamentally, the well-being of our communities. We cannot be indifferent to one of the realities that is most painful for us in our region. Paraguay reasserts its concern for the multidimensional crisis in Haiti. We pledge our efforts and join our voices in a search for a sustainable and durable solution, and in which the solidarity and the support of permanent observer states is fundamental. Also, we thank the permanent observers for the support of electoral observer missions. Paraguay has always defended these as a necessary feature of the transparency of our elections. In the environmental sphere, our commitment is of a great commitment. We protect national environmental heritage in our country, which belongs to all of humanity, and for this reason, we understand that we have differentiated but shared responsibilities. Even though the defense of the planet is shared by all of us, each nation must, with its own resources, assume a leadership that is in proportion to the financing and the mitigation of the effects of climate change in our disaster management system. Ladies and gentlemen, we undertake this General Assembly understanding that we seek to deepen international dialogue, believing that only in doing so will we consolidate democracy, ensuring integral development to achieve prosperous societies of great dignity. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. We are constrained by time. I would just ask all of the delegations to be mindful in the length of their interventions. Grenada.
Honorable Minister Javier Martinez, Secretary General Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Hill, Excellencies. Grenada wishes to thank the Permanent Observer States representatives for the substantive interventions delivered during this dialogue and for the continued engagement with the countries and peoples of the Americas. The interventions we have heard today have touched on a wide range of issues, including Haiti, democratic governance, sustainable development, education, resilience, innovation, institutional strengthening, and international cooperation. Taken together, they demonstrate both the complexity of the challenges facing our hemisphere and the value of sustained partnerships in addressing them. As we have listened to the discussion, one observation emerges clearly. Effective cooperation is measured not only by number of projects implemented, but by institutions strengthened, capacities developed, and the opportunities created for our peoples. For countries such as Grenada, the value of cooperation lies not only in financial assistance, but also in the sharing of knowledge, technical expertise, innovation, training, human capacity development. Development partnership as such are more effective when they leave countries better equipped to address future challenges and to advance their own sustainable development objectives, as you've repeatedly mentioned your goal for Haiti. As we gather here in Panama nearly 2 centuries after the Congress of Panama first articulated a vision of cooperation among the nations of the Americas, we are reminded that many of our challenges continue to require collective responses and practical partnerships. Grenada therefore welcomes, Mr. Chair, the continued engagement of the Permanent Observer States with this organization and encourages cooperation based on mutual respect, as we said, on shared responsibility and tangible practical results. The contribution of the observer states continue to add significant value to the work of the OAS and to the resilience, development, and prosperity of our hemisphere. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Belize, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Belize welcomes this opportunity to engage with the permanent observers of the Organization of American States and extends its appreciation for their long-standing partnership and support of the work of the OAS. The contributions of permanent observers has strengthened the organization's capacity to advance its mandates and has reinforced the spirit of cooperation that underpins our hemispheric community. For small states such as Belize, multilateralism is not an abstract concept. It is a practical necessity. The complex challenges confronting our hemisphere increasingly transcend national borders and require collective responses. The engagement of permanent observers contributes meaningfully to strengthening institutional capacity, building resilience, and facilitating dialogue on issues of common concern. At the same time, the OAS provides permanent observers with a unique platform through which to engage constructively with the countries of the Americas, making this partnership mutually beneficial and strategically important. Belize firmly believes that the defense of democracy, security, and stability depends upon strong institutions, adherence to international law, and sustained international cooperation. In this regard, Belize wishes to acknowledge the valuable support provided by permanent observers to the work of the OAS office in the Belize-Guatemala Adjacency Zone, the Group of Friends of Belize and Guatemala, and to the broader efforts towards a peaceful and definitive resolution of Guatemala's claim through the International Court of Justice. Such support sets a tangible example of how engagement by permanent observers can contribute directly to peace, stability, and confidence building within our hemisphere. Mr. Chairman, at the same time, the evolving security environment continues to demand our collective attention. Transnational organized crime and other emerging threats continue to test the capacities of states across the region, particularly those of smaller and more vulnerable countries. Addressing these challenges requires sustained cooperation and targeted support to enhance national and regional capabilities. Belize therefore encourages the continued engagement of the permanent observers in efforts to bolster that security, strengthen governance, and reinforce the resilience of our institutions. Looking ahead, Belize sees significant opportunities to deepen cooperation in areas that are critical to the well-being and stability of our region, including climate resilience, sustainable development, and multidimensional security. We therefore encourage more partnerships with permanent observers that are responsive to the priorities identified by member states and that deliver tangible and lasting results for our peoples. In closing, Belize reiterates its sincere appreciation to the permanent observers for their continued commitment to the work of this organization. We also take the opportunity to encourage an even broader base of support for OAS initiatives and activities implemented throughout the member states. Firm multilateralism ultimately depends on genuine partnership, shared responsibility, and a collective commitment to advancing peace, security, and prosperity in our hemisphere. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Belize.
Argentina, you have the floor. Esteemed Minister, Foreign Minister Martinez Hacha, congratulations. Congratulations for all of the efforts shown by Panama to host this great General Assembly that fills us with great joy. Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, esteemed colleagues and observers, in a context in which the challenges and demands on multilateral organizations are to be more effective, to be more transparent, to be more relevant, the OAS is not an exception, and this is a challenge for all of the permanent members that are fully aware of this. And certainly, we will achieve this with greater cooperation with observer states. Clearly, the great platform of the OAS is its democratic charter. We have all learned that the difference between democracy and dictatorship is the same difference between life and death. We know that a democratic neighborhood is a fundamental prerequisite and a condition to strengthen our democracy as well as our multidimensional effectiveness. Strengthening democratic processes and to end once and for all with all those authoritarian regimes in our Americas is a common challenge that face us as permanent observers as well as member states. All of the collaboration of our friends among the permanent observers to support transparent electoral processes, legitimate democratically elected governments, as has been the case in the recent elections in the region, is of absolute critical importance. Along these same lines, and considering the limitations of my time, let me underscore 3 items. I think this allows us to focus on concrete issues. Haiti. Haiti represents a priority for all of the members of the OAS. And this is a cross-cutting to all 4 pillars of our organization: democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. Supporting Haiti is key. Bolivia. The democratic elections in Bolivia meant that President Paz is to lead his country, but it would appear that some groups are only in favor of democracies when they win elections, and they're not that democratic in nature when they lose elections. This is the time to massively show support to the new government elected in Bolivia, because transnational criminal organizations are expecting or waiting to broaden the crisis in Bolivia with the negative effects that this would bring to the entire region. And for this reason, it is also a priority for us to support the democratic government of Bolivia. Multidimensional security. We have learned that transnational criminal organizations represent a grave danger not only to our region, but to all the countries of permanent observers and for the entire international system. To support programs and projects that are linked to fighting transnational organized crime, illegal trafficking, human trafficking, arms and drug trafficking, and terrorism are all questions. Cybercrime money laundering are all key and fundamental aspects. And I plead with you, friends from the Permanent Observer delegations, to increase your commitment and your support for this common struggle. Together, we will build a more relevant, a more effective organization to be a beacon of democracy for the entire international community. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister, and I apologize. I would like to express these words on behalf of our Foreign Minister, Manuel Tovar, to thank Panama for the organization of this important opportunity for dialogue, as well as our commitment to permanent observer states for their constant commitment to the inter-American system. We meet at a time when multilateralism faces significant challenges. In the face of international environment marked by growing geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, complex transnational threats, and increasingly pressing citizen demands, international cooperation remains an indispensable tool for building lasting solutions. The OAS is the principal political forum of our hemisphere, and permanent observers have established themselves as strategic allies of enormous value to strengthen the capacity of meeting these challenges, these shared challenges. Today, we face challenges that no state may resolve on its own: drug trafficking, human trafficking, illicit arms trafficking, illegal mining, money laundering, cyber threats, and the growing power of transnational criminal organizations require coordinated responses and ever closer cooperation among our countries and our partners. Costa Rica believes that this cooperation must be based not only on shared interests, but also on shared principles. This organization demonstrated as much in April 2022 when the Permanent Council suspended the permanent observer status of the Russian Federation following its invasion of Ukraine. Costa Rica strongly supported that decision in defense of sovereignty, the territorial integrity of states, international law, and the fundamental principles of the OAS Charter. Today, we reiterate our firm support for the people and government of Ukraine and welcome the virtual participation of Ukraine in this General Assembly in representation of President Volodymyr Zelensky. His leadership and the resilience of the Ukrainian people remind us of the importance of defending the rules-based international order and of rejecting any attempt to impose force over law. In this context, Costa Rica views with great concern the continued presence in Nicaragua of extra-regional military forces, as well as of groups linked to terrorism. This situation gives and should give all of us legitimate concerns regarding the security and stability of Central America, as well as the whole hemisphere. Costa Rica calls upon the European Union and our observer partners to continue playing an active role in promoting democracy, in promoting the rule of law and regional stability. We value very much the historic relationship between Europe and our region and consider it essential that the commitment to the democratic clause contained in the association agreement between our regions be preserved. Costa Rica firmly believes that multilateralism is a very effective tool producing more effective cooperation, but must be realistic and pragmatic in its solutions. For this reason, Costa Rica has nominated an extraordinary Costa Rican, Rebecca Grinspan, for the position of Secretary General of the United Nations, whose vision for the future is directed towards the prevention and resolution of disputes and the promotion of international cooperation. I wish to conclude by expressing our sincere gratitude to the permanent observer states for their constant support of the OAS and for their confidence in the inter-American system. Your participation strengthens our collective capacity to respond to the challenges of the present, as well as to build a future of greater stability, prosperity, and well-being for all of the Americas. Thank you very much.
Tiene la palabra Honduras.
We pass the floor to Honduras. Good afternoon, Minister Javier Martinez Acha, General Secretary, Assistant General Secretary, heads of mission, and permanent observers. The delegation of Honduras thanks the Organization of American States and the permanent observers for this platform that is being offered to carry out a dialogue that reaffirms the value of international cooperation as an indispensable tool for facing the challenges that are seen in our hemisphere. The Honduras delegation considers that the permanent observers of the OAS are not just cooperators. They don't just cooperate, but they are strategic allies in strengthening international cooperation and validating our efforts to strengthen rule of law, providing a clear signal to global markets that our countries are a safe destination for investment. Honduras invites us to deepen our partnerships with the permanent observers. We extend our thanks for the concrete support offered to the democratic processes carried out in 2025 in our country. This contributed to transparency and electoral institutionality. The Honduras delegation considers that dialogue with permanent observers should continue to evolve towards more and more strategic sessions. Permanent observers, we thank you infinitely for your cooperation and your commitment to the Organization of American States. Thank you. Thank you, Honduras. We pass the floor to Peru. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. General Secretary, Assistant General Secretary, heads of delegation, and permanent observers of the OAS. On behalf of the government of Peru, I would like to reiterate our sincere recognition of the permanent observers for their contribution to the work done by the OAS, and through that, to the well-being of the peoples of our hemisphere. We value your technical support, exchange, methodological support, institutional strengthening. The OAS carries out these activities in member states with the support of the permanent observers in priority areas where inter-American coordination can have more impact on our populations, such as multidimensional security and other pillars. The observers have an especially important role, not just in carrying out particular campaigns, but also through specialized technical support, trainings, partnerships with academic institutions, and generating synergies with other regional mechanisms and global mechanisms. In that line, I would like to invite the permanent observers to continue sharing this commitment with OAS for a more democratic, inclusive, and prosperous America. Thank you very much. We pass the floor to the United States. Congratulations for your 250th anniversary coming up. An extraordinary event, 250 years of independence, 250 years of a nation which, with its self-determination, inspired democratic processes throughout our hemisphere. On behalf of myself and my government, I would like to extend our warm congratulations to the United States on this historic date. It must encourage us to be optimistic about the OAS. The United States is an important part of the Americas, and we must, with our focus on all of our members, work towards democracy. Thank you very much, United States.
Distinguished permanent observer representatives, Minister Acha, Secretary General Ramdin, Assistant Secretary Gill,
On behalf of the United States, I extend greetings and appreciation for your presence and continued partnership. The OAS is built on a dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect as the cornerstones of peace, democracy, and integral development in our hemisphere. While member states form the foundation of this institution, permanent observers' engagement has broadened our collective vision and our capacity to defend democratic institutions. Today's discussion takes place amid growing uncertainty in our region. This is an inflection point. The OAS must prove that it's willing and able to meet today's and tomorrow's fast approaching challenges. And permanent observers has a consequential role to play in that effort. In particular, the United States welcomes the many contributions that make the work possible of the Department of Electoral Cooperation and Observation. We thank those already contributing and expect other democratic partners to step up. Amongst the destabilizing forces in our hemisphere is the fentanyl crisis, a silent, lethal poison known to have no borders. The transnational criminal networks responsible for manufacturing and distributing this drug, which kills as little as 2 milligrams, are not a separate form from the malign actors and illicit networks that threaten our region's governance and security. They are part of the same threat picture. Given the OAS current financial constraints, we are also pressing for serious conversations about increasing voluntary contributions where appropriate, establishing annual contribution expectations from permanent observers. The United States has introduced language to develop recommendations ensuring the transparent and effective use of observer contributions and identifying viable options for increasing them, including FONDM, the Inter-American Emergency Aid Fund. We have further proposed that the General Secretariat submit an annual report to the Permanent Council detailing observer contributions, mandates, supported, and challenges to transparent management. We also call on permanent observers currently making voluntary contributions to allocate $10,000 to the FONDM. 75 observers would equal $750,000. If the permanent observers agree in total, I personally would be willing to match the $750,000 contribution. Every diplomatic tool in the OAS chest must be brought to bear against the cartels and trafficking networks fueling the crisis we have. Your Excellencies, I leave with you this question before this body and its strategic partners is straightforward. Will this organization rise to meet the moment? The United States is committed to the effort and expects our partners to be as well. Thank you.
Gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. Thank you, Ambassador. Haiti, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and Madam Assistant Secretary General, distinguished representatives of member states and permanent observers. The Haitian delegation is very pleased to see that hear that numerous participants in interventions today have manifested and are clear in mentioning the crisis facing Haiti in their remarks. We warmly thank you for all of that. I will not talk at great length about the crisis, the deep crisis that is marked by gang violence that affects women and children, the trafficking of arms and munitions, the effect of transnational organized crime. Haiti needs material and needs support to reestablish democratic governance through free elections if we wish to respond to the needs of the population and economic well-being. Haiti wishes and should emerge from the crisis that has lasted for too long. And the question is, will this be durable or not? The challenges for security and the opportunities for international cooperation. A durable solution requires addressing the crises of social and economic development. And this, otherwise, it will not be easy to face the challenges and the opportunities for recruitment of criminal gangs. But our efforts will not be efficacious if we do not mobilize the necessary resources. We are not only grateful for the efforts and the support, the material and financial contributions, and also of troops for the missions to support peace and to face the challenges in my country of organized gangs. Also, the contribution of other supporters. Practically all of them have expressed a desire to support Haiti in your remarks, and I wanted to just give you one illustration to mention the agreement signed yesterday between the European Union and Haiti, as well as with the Secretary General of the OAS for the construction of 5 advanced bases for the National Police of Haiti and for the forces working in repressing the gangs. Our supporters are well aware of our gratitude for the various expressions of support shown to us. As I mentioned, this crisis has lasted for far too long. The internally displaced persons are impatient to see the end of this crisis, particularly given what has already been underscored by the numerous people who remarked on this today. Also, that these actions be aligned on priorities defined by the people of Haiti ourselves. Also, there's a need for great coordination, as has been mentioned, to avoid a duplication of efforts and to be able to respond effectively and efficiently. The OAS, we understand, is clear to playing a clear role in coordinating the interventions of all of the organizations and the countries supporting these efforts. And this is indispensable for these actions to be efficient. I will end by reminding us that the mandate of the support of the forces to the mandate will soon end for the forces repressing gang activity and must be renewed, and for its mandate to continue. This is a need for my country to be able to find a normal course of democratic governance in our country. Thank you. Thank you, Haiti. Before giving the floor to those concluding with our remarks, we will have our first plenary at 2 p.m., and I'll give the floor now to the Secretary General. Having observed all of the protocols, to conclude this valuable dialogue, let me express on behalf of my country our sincere appreciation to all of the permanent observer delegations for your active participation today, the valuable contributions and your constant support to achieving the ideals and objectives of the Indo-American system. Your presence at this General Assembly confirms a reality that is ever more evident. The challenges that are faced by our different societies and countries transcend borders, require responses built on the basis of cooperation, mutual trust, and shared responsibility. Irregular migration, drug trafficking, organized crime, poverty, and extreme climate change events require ever more effective answers, which will be built on mutual trust and shared cooperation. This meeting has demonstrated that our hemisphere and our international partners continue betting on mutual understanding and solidarity as a way to finding sustainable and durable solutions. Panama considers that The relationships between the Organization of American States and its permanent observer delegations constitutes one of the greatest resources for the inter-American system. Thank you very much. Over the course of decades, this cooperation has strengthened democratic institutions, has supported electoral processes, promoted security initiative, multidimensional initiatives, and have broadened opportunities for millions of citizens throughout our continent. Nonetheless, the world that we face today requires even more. We require an organization that is closest to the life of people, more agile in its responses, more effective in achieving results, and more relevant for newer generations. We need a multilateralism that would be useful and that will give us concrete results, a multilateralism that is capable not only to be known for the meetings that we hold, but for the lives that it transforms, multilateralism that strengthens democratic governability and generates opportunities, reducing inequalities, and contributes to the prosperity of our people always in a democratic regime. For this reason, Panama has promoted this General Assembly under the spirit of that amphitronic Congress in Panama that we celebrate the bicentennial of today. 200 years ago, the liberator Simón Bolívar convened the nascent republics of the Americas to imagine a community of nations based on dialogue and cooperation. And that vision is extraordinarily relevant today, where fragmentation and geopolitical tensions must be met through the building of bridges where others build barriers, to promote dialogue where others are promoting confrontation, and to strengthen international cooperation where others wish to cede divisions. We reaffirm that there's a broad convergence on fundamental principles such as democracy, the rule of law, human rights, security, sustainable development, peace, and the fight against organized crime and drug trafficking. But let me share an additional wish, an additional aspiration. I wish to see an OAS where member states believe profoundly, an OAS based on pace and renewed confidence from our peoples, an OAS that defends democracy in each corner of our hemisphere, and a democracy that is understood not only as an electoral exercise, but democracy is not a photograph that we take on the days in which we hold elections, but a collective reality and a vision that we build every day that is able to give responses, create opportunities, guarantee freedoms, and fight poverty. Democracy must strengthen institutions and be close to the daily life of all citizens, permitting their individual liberties in order to prosper. Our countries not only want to vote, they want to achieve progress, they want security, they want education, they want justice, and they want hope. We must have an OAS that strengthens international and hemispheric cooperation to face the challenges, drug trafficking, organized transnational crime, human trafficking, the illicit trafficking of arms, and all of the criminal networks that threaten our democracies. Criminal organizations do not respect any border, and our organization must also work along these same lines. Each of our countries depends ever more on the security of its neighbors. We must fight these threats together. We need an OAS that promotes democracy and the digital transformation for all. Artificial intelligence and knowledge must not be privileges reserved to only a few, but must become tools to broaden opportunities, deepen education, further competitivity. Technology must be a bridge towards inclusion and not a barrier that deepens inequalities. We also need an OAS that is committed to vigorous economic growth that is sustainable, that generates employment and well-being in a market-driven economy, because at the same time, we need to protect our oceans, our forests, our biodiversity, and the resources that will be inherited by future generations. Economic development and environmental protection cannot be objectives opposed one to another. They are two ways in which our societies must achieve a fairer and more prosperous future, a way of promoting the respect for international law. We need an OAS that defends international commitments and an OAS that reasserts the value of international maritime law as a guarantee for stability, connectivity, trade, and the peaceful coexistence between our countries. Because where the law is respected, there will be cooperation. No country must impose its positions on another. The strength, the true strength of our organization resides precisely in that mutual respect, in the sovereign equality of all countries, and in the continuous search for consensus. Our countries are like ships that sail on a shared ocean. We may be of different sizes, we have different destinations and different histories, but all of us require that the waters of this ocean be open and not marked by ideology. 2 centuries ago, Simón Bolívar called us to believe that this ideal was possible. And John F. Kennedy then reminded us later that if a society is free and is not able to help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. Both ideas are still valid and relevant today. Solidarity, democracy, and prosperity, sovereignty, and cooperation are not concepts opposed one to another. They are complementary pillars of a common hemispheric project. Our desire is that this General Assembly be remembered for the renewal of this vision, for the strengthening of a modern, effective era that is close to the needs of its people, and for an organization that responds better to the needs of its citizens, that our cooperation be profound because we understand that our destiny is shared. And from Alaska to the Patagonia, we want to show the world that a region where freedom, security, prosperity, innovation, and human dignity move forward together. This is the hemisphere that our citizens deserve, and it is the hemisphere that we wish to build. This is the commitment that I wish that we all among us renew. Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning. Ministers and heads of delegation of the member states of the Organization of American States, Mr. Secretary General, Madame Assistant Secretary General, permanent observers, representatives of international organizations, representatives of civil society organizations and other social actors, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to extend to you the warmest welcome to the first plenary session of the 56th regular session of the OAS General Assembly. This session holds particular historical significance as it coincides with the bicentennial of the Congress of Panama under the theme, The Americas United on the Bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama. 2 centuries ago, in this very city, visionary leaders gathered around a bold idea, that of a continent united by freedom, by cooperation, and by solidarity. Haiti, the first independent Black republic in the world, fully identifies with this legacy. A nation that extends its hand to the people in search of emancipation and helped make freedom a shared ideal across our continent. In this regard, the honor bestowed upon my country today in opening this session is very special for Haiti. It represents both a rightful return of history and a recognition of our common heritage of freedom, equality, and fraternity. It also reminds us that this aspiration to freedom, born by a shared history that includes the Haitian Revolution and the independence movements of the Americas, remains remarkably relevant today at a time when our nations are called upon to confront common challenges together. And that is why, within this space of fraternal dialogue, our common objective must remain to strengthen the bonds of cooperation and encourage joint solutions to the major challenges facing our continental community. The diversity of voices gathered here today is a faithful reflection of our richness and our dynamism. Each country brings to the table its own experience, its culture, its unique vision, thereby enriching our debates and broadening our perspectives on the challenges of our time. I am convinced that through constructive exchanges and the constant pursuit of consensus, we will succeed in promoting well-being, democracy, and unwavering respect for human rights in our nations. At the outset, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the government and to the people of the Republic of Panama for their warm and generous welcome. By hosting the proceedings of this 56th regular session of the OAS General Assembly, Panama reaffirms its historic commitment to multilateralism, regional integration, and peace and security in our Americas. Dear colleagues, we are now called upon to elect the person who will have the honor of presiding over our work during this session. To that end, I now give the floor to the delegations. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Colombia? Thank you, Madam Chairman, for giving me the floor. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to say that on behalf of Colombia, that we are grateful to the government and to the people of Panama for their warm and generous hospitality. It is an honor to be here for the 56th ordinary sessions of the OAS General Assembly, which is a perfect place to evoke the spirit of the Congress, the Amphicyonic Congress of Panama, in the name of cooperation among the nations of the hemisphere. We also reaffirm our commitment to this organization, to its principles, to its mandates, and to its shared values. Colombia is honored to recommend the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Mr. Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, to preside over this assembly. We are convinced that his leadership and experience and commitment will be fundamental to carry forward our work with following the mission and equilibrium that we so desire. Thank you very much. Guatemala? Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to be here in Panama. It is great to be here in this country that has been a place of dialogue, encounter, and understanding among the countries of this hemisphere. I would like to second the proposal by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, and we also believe that part of this, what we're saying, is that by seconding this, we also call for a approval by acclamation. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, Minister of Foreign Affairs and head of the delegation of the Republic of Panama. Allow me, on behalf of all the delegations present and on my behalf, to extend to you our warmest and our most sincere congratulations on your excellent election to preside over the proceedings of this 56th regular session of the General Assembly. I wish you every success in guiding our deliberations, and I have the great honor of inviting you, Mr. Chair, to take your place at the head of the table.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Dear ministers, heads of delegation, thank you for this honor that you have bestowed upon me. Thank you, Colombia. Thank you, Guatemala. Thank you to all. As you can see, we're running a little late. We have been a little late with the agenda. With the permanent observers, we were running a little late. I apologize. I will try to make up for time, of course, respecting everybody's time here. Your Excellency Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Your Excellency Laura Jill, Assistant General Secretary of the Organization of American States, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, permanent representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Panama. This is a historic moment. As you know, this is the 200th anniversary of the Amphictyonic Congress, which was the first efforts to promote multilateralism. Today, this legacy forces us to work to the benefit of our citizens. The United America, in the bicentennial of this Amphictyonic Congress, is the slogan that we've chosen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panama, the most Caribbean country of the BRICS, the land of encounter, land of dialogue, and to connection among people. This isthmus, which joins continents and brings oceans together, once again convenes the Americas at a moment of profound historical significance. We are gathered not only to celebrate the 56th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States, but also to commemorate the bicentennial, one of the most visionary milestones in continental political thought. 2 centuries ago, politicians imagined something extraordinary. Free countries that could cooperate to dialogue and work together to defend sovereignty and prosperity. In a time of uncertainty, they understood that isolation did not work, and liberty could only be established through cooperation. In the Congress of Panama, they anticipated principles that we now consider essential: juridical equality of states, peaceful settlement of disputes, collective security, and international cooperation. It was a precursor to modern multilateralism and an early expression of hemispheric solidarity. That vision is echoed in the words of Simón Bolívar. The unity of our people is not just of the people, but it's our destiny. And 2 centuries later, this continues to be real. Our challenges go beyond our borders and are not limited to our borders. Our country is our humanity, and we must recognize that well-being of each nation is dearly linked to the well-being of its neighbors. And this is the basis of true connection. And we must think about what Franklin Delano Roosevelt said: understanding, cooperation, and goodwill in our relations among countries are principles that stand true to this day. We are facing a number of changes. Technology is redefining our societies and our economies, and we're looking for things that go beyond, solutions that go beyond traditional solutions. Climate change is affecting all of us, and disinformation and polarization are undermining trust in institutions and democratic institutions. And there's also the threat that affects the stability and development of our nations, including organized crime and drug trafficking. The criminal organizations use new technologies and vulnerabilities in institutions. Their impact doesn't affect just national security. It weakens the rule of law. It affects investment, governability, democracy, and it puts at risk youth of our future. No country can face this alone. The fight against drug trafficking and organized crime requires an integral hemispheric response based on cooperation, co-responsibility, and respect of sovereignty of each of the nations. Our institutions need to improve information sharing through assets. We need to reinforce our legal systems and offer true opportunities for development for our populations, especially those who are most vulnerable. The strengthening of our democracy depends on working together and being united and who are undermining our institutions. Our societies are demanding concrete results, opportunities, and inclusion, trust in the future. And that is why I reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, and it is effective, useful, that is results-based and people-centered. A true multilateralism, not limited to differences, managing differences, but that looks for solutions, that translates principles and actions and promises into tangible results for our populations. This is the most valuable thing that we can offer our hemisphere. But we can't just sit down and wait. We need to be focused constantly on the ability and our need to respond to the aspirations of our citizens. This is based on human trust, and this is strengthened when institutions work, when there's transparency, when we combat corruption, and we ensure freedom of expression and access to justice, and when economic development is shared among all. Democracy and development are inseparable. This will not happen in the face of exclusion and the lack of opportunities. There can be no stability without legitimate institutions. There are wonderful resources to confront this in the Americas. We have young population. We have abundant natural resources, wonderful culture, a great capacity for innovation, and well-placed in the global economy. But potential is not enough to guarantee progress. This requires leadership, investment in education, in science, in technology. It requires strengthening our productive capacities and generating opportunities for all. Above all, the conviction that we work together. This is part of a collective for the well-being of everyone in the hemisphere. And that is why there's the value in cooperation. Our history has been marked by collectivity, and we have a responsibility to serve as a bridge among people, cultures, economies of different backgrounds. And Panama is here just for that. For over a century, we have been based on trust, rules, mutual respects, and we show that this leads to results and prosperity. We work with other countries, and the canal connects oceans, connects trade, and in this bicentennial invites us to reflect on this historic celebration and to ask, what is the legacy we wish to leave for future generations? 2 centuries ago, those of you who lived in Panama had no idea that this would be a success, but there was something more important. Imagining a community of countries united by principles and the desire to work towards that end. Today we have the same vision. We defend democracy, defend peace, and working together to fight organized crime, focusing on sustainable development, on more just societies that are just for all. We are here to reaffirm that dialogue is always more powerful, the most powerful tool, and cooperation is always more powerful than division. The Organization of the Americas is here to help for this common destiny of our countries. The best progress in our region has happened when we have worked together. The future belongs to us, and the future does not belong to those who raise up walls, but those who work together. Working together is absolutely critical for prosperity, peace of our peoples. In this 56th General Assembly, we are again celebrating the bicentennial of the Amphitheatric Congress of Panama, and we are here for a safer, more united, and better future in the Americas. We reaffirm that through mutual respect, through cooperation, through solidarity, these are the most effective tools to build the future that our citizens deserve. I would just like to reflect on one thing for our continent. America is to the world, it's the force of hope, the land where free emerges, advances, and progress. It connects cultures, oceans, destinies. It has diverse peoples, but they all walk in the same direction. The progress, work, and dignity is an example of encounters and plurality, and the whole world, when it looks to a place to meet for humanity, America responds with cooperation, with respect, and solidarity. Welcome to Canada, Panama. Thank you very much. Before we go on to the next point of the order of the day, we need to follow the technical rules for deliberations. To request the floor, please press the button next to the microphone. A green light will light up, and you will be included in the waiting list. And then the chair will then grant the floor, and your microphone will automatically turn on. And when it goes from green to red, that means the microphone is on. I thank you for your collaboration. Very flowing discussion today, and now we will go on to the second order of the day, order of business, which is draft agenda. That's this next point of the order of business, and in accordance with Article 34 of the Rules of Procedure, agenda in the 56th period of ordinary sessions under document 5912, already the delegation of Bolivia through a note distributed as document 5933, requested an urgent and emergent inclusion of the topic situation of conflict in Bolivia. As such, I would ask the plenary if we can proceed to approve this draft agenda, including the topic requested by the delegation of Bolivia. If there are any questions or regulation or issues or there being no objections, the draft agenda of the 56th period of ordinary sessions of the General Assembly, incorporating the topic requested by the delegation of Bolivia, is approved. Approved. Point 3, approval of the schedule. We will now take into consideration point 3 of the order of business regarding adoption of the draft schedule for the 56th session of ordinary sessions, published under document 5913. As you can see in the document, the closing session is in the evening tomorrow, June 24th. As such, I request your maximum collaboration and the collaboration of all delegations so that we can meet this deadline and finish on time. It is also important to remind you that according with Article 15 of the Rules of Procedures, this chair may make all necessary adjustments to this schedule that we are currently considering. The draft schedule of the 56th session of the ordinary sessions of the General Assembly is approved. Approval of the agreements adopted by the Preparatory Commission. We will now formalize the agreements adopted by the Preparatory Commission of the General Assembly in preparation for this ordinary period of sessions. As such, I would like to extend the floor to Ambassador Alejandra Solano Cabalceta, permanent representative of Costa Rica to the OAS and president of the Preparatory Commission, who will give us the share of the report of the activities out by this commission. The floor is yours. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, chairs of delegation, Secretary General, Madam Representatives, special guests, officials of the General Secretariat. In my capacity as chair of the Preparatory Committee of the General Assembly, I have the honor to present to this plenary the report on the activities and decisions carried out for this 56th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States. The report of this committee, distributed to all of the delegations as document 5920 of this General Assembly, reflects the collective effort and the spirit of consensus building of the member states throughout an exhaustive preparatory process. It formally summarizes the work carried out on April 8th and on May 22nd, as well as the regular meeting of the Permanent Council, which was held on. The process of developing the agenda that we have already approved began on April 8th with the presentation of the preliminary draft on behalf of the Secretariat. Following one of the most intense stages of this process, we reached a fundamental consensus on May 22nd, 2026. In order to assess each proposal carefully within a framework of transparency and balance, the Preparatory Committee met for a lengthy and demanding session of nearly 8 hours of continuous work. Thanks to rigorous debate and the strong commitment of all delegations to the agreement among member states on the effective and efficient management of mandates, we were able to formally approve the draft agenda at this stage. Subsequently, at the meeting held by the Permanent Council on June 17th, the member states agreed by consensus to include the item entitled Strengthening the Effectiveness and Impact of the Inter-American Emergency Assistance Provided by FONDEM. On that same occasion, the delegation of the Bahamas withdrew 2 items originally requested by said delegation, as they were already included in broader budgetary and administrative discussions. This concluded the process of preparing the final agenda that serves as the basis for our work today. Likewise, in order to ensure that our sessions proceed efficiently, transparently, and with the rigor that characterizes this organization, the Preparatory Committee considered and approved the recommendations on procedures for this regular session. which establish key methodological guidelines, and such are described in documents, agencies and entities of the Inter-American System, as well as the international organizations listed in the report, with strict respect for the order in which their requests were received. Finally, the committee conducted the drawing of the lots provided in Article 4 of the Rules of Procedure, and as a result, the delegations of Haiti and Nigeria were selected to head, respectively, the list of precedents of the member states and of the permanent observers for this session. Mr. President, allow me to emphasize that the preparatory process that brings us to this General Assembly has been grounded in the creation and preservation of safe spaces for dialogue and on negotiation, where all delegations have been able to express their positions freely, respectfully, and openly. Even amid deep, legitimate differences, we have found or sought to build bridges of understanding on the basis of respect, active listening, and the search for consensus. The path towards this General Assembly has required long hours of negotiation and a deep sense of shared responsibility. I therefore wish to express my sincere and profound gratitude to all representatives and delegations that participated actively in these demanding preparatory efforts. Your dedication, flexibility, and political will, demonstrated especially during the most complex and challenging sessions, have been the driving force that enables us to arrive here today before you with a solid organizational framework. I would also like to recognize and express my gratitude to the Office of the Assistant Secretary, Office of Secretary of Permanent Council, and the Department of Conference and Meeting Management. The Office of the Assistant Secretary, Office of the Secretary of the Permanent Council, and Department of Conference and Meeting Management, as well as to the teams of interpreters whose professionalism, commitment, and dedication during the long and intense working sessions that preceded this regular session have been essential to the development of this process and to ensuring that our work was carried out efficiently, inclusively, and in an orderly manner. I submit this report and its recommendations to you and your considerations for consideration this plenary. I'm sure this will be a platform for highly constructive and successful hemispheric dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We will now hear from the Preparatory Commission of the Chambers with regard to the recommendations for procedures as listed in 5907. There are a few things I would like to point out for our work, and we must keep these in mind. First off, keep in mind that according to Article 18 of the Rules of Procedure, interventions by the heads of delegation in the plenary sessions will last a maximum of 6 minutes. I'd like to inform you that the term for submitting new proposals ended yesterday at 9 a.m. The Assistant General Secretary will submit or present a report to the plenary on the proposals received. Records of deliberations and of the sessions will be in text form, while the General Commission will be in summary form. The General Secretary has been instructed and to ensure due recording and preservation of the audio of all sessions, which will be available to the delegations that so request them. To request the floor, we will continue with the traditional method through the conference system. But for the dialogue among heads of delegation, The floor will be granted based on order of precedence as established by the Preparatory Commission, and again, which was presided over by the delegation of Haiti. And finally, with regard to the footnotes on the pages of the declarations and resolutions, these need to be expressly announced during the session in which they are taken into consideration. The timeline, the date, the limit for sending the text to said notes is up to the closing session. The notes that will be announced, but the text that are not received within this time frame will appear only in the provisional volume as a reference, and we will incorporate the definitive text in the final version that is approved by the Stylist Committee.
If there is no objection, so this will be approved. So let's go on to the point 5. This will be the report of the credentials. Report of Secretary General on the presentation of credentials. So we'll have the report of the General Secretary about the credentials of the delegations taking part in the 56th regular session of the General Assembly. And I would like to say that the consulting with Abgalan, the Assistant Secretary General, has presented a report in which we have the list of participants is excluded and the credentials presented by the member states and also by the entities, international entities of the Inter-American system. In this sense, so we suggest that plenary takes note of this report. If there's no objection, plenary takes note of the report that has been presented. So we continue our work with the presentation of the annual report of the Permanent Council. With the purpose, I want to let the Ambassador Alejandra Solano of Costa Rica and President of the Permanent Council. President, please, the floor is yours. I would like to say thank you, President. Good afternoon to one and all once again. And Chairwoman, plenary, I would like to present the report of the Permanent Council of the American States corresponding to the period between July of 2025 and June of 2026. Mr. Chair, the report that today I bring forth to consideration of the plenary, it's not only a compiling and not only a bureaucratic narrative from the past. It reflects of some where we understood that the hemisphere currently does not allow us the luxury. And we should be categoric. The Permanent Council is, by autonomy, the political heart of OAS. It's the forum for debate and also seeking to construct consensus with the realities that we mostly see in the Americas. If we lose our point of view of our political nature, we take away from this organization the reason for its existence. So a multilateral political entity is requiring methods to work that are modern, agile, and more so that are respectful of the timeline and of the resources that we have at our disposition. In this sense, I would like to highlight with a lot of pride the reform to our guideline that is consolidated throughout this period, a reform that came forth on behalf of the initiative of the member states and that was also brought by the presidency of Colombia in the first trimester of this year. So this responds to looking at ethics, something that needed to be taken care of, looking at efficiency in all institutions. With this decision, we optimize the uses of the time in our sessions to concentrate all our effort towards everything that really matters, the political substance and the real impact of our deliberations. But also, none of these reforms will reach to its objectives to the fullest without the commitments of the member state. The member states should respect and apply in a consistent manner the procedures that have been agreed upon. Everything that guides our work brings forth legitimate equality, and it should not stay subject to interpretive discretional. Strengthening to the Permanent Council also requires that we must respect the guidelines that we have adopted. Mr. Chair, with the same political intensity was reflected in our operational dynamics under how we worked with a distinguished representative permanent of Canada, Chile, Colombia, and currently myself, who is representing Costa Rica. We celebrate more than 70 formal sessions and informal sessions. Throughout this year, in which we have had a lot of work done, we also looked at a vision that was integral of everything that was seen in the hemisphere, working on political stability, institutional strengthening, social inclusion, and administrative sustainability of our organization. From preventative diplomacy and follow-up to situations that were in the best benefit of democracy, and also leveraging for mental health, and also gender equality, and also budgeting. And this council showed to be a dynamic forum in which no reality of the Americas is forgotten. We work with a conviction that defending the human rights and regional security is something that is very important for the social development and for an administration that is transparent and also efficient. These spaces allow us to act upon it urgently based on realities that were very sensitive hemispheres, very important for the hemisphere. Democracy and the protection of human rights are the most important thing and the reason for our organization. With this determination, the Permanent Council kept on giving follow-up to the multidimensional crisis that was occurring in Haiti and assume an active role and surveillance with all the political challenges and electoral challenges and institutional challenges that occurred in our region, examining all the situation that was occurring in Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, attending to the most recent problems that occurred in Bolivia, and keeping at all times focus on the Bolivia Venezuela. This effort would not have been possible if we did not have the technical group of the permanent commissions, which reports are an integral part of this document. In the same manner, the council also, the indigenous groups were also included, and the Afro-descendants. In the same manner, promoting the first week, Inter-American Week of Mental Health, and the first week, Inter-American Week of the Language Spanish in OAS. This in compliance of the mandates that were adopted by this General Assembly in Antigua and Barbuda last year, keeping an agenda that is firm in favor of its social inclusion, the promoting the rights of women and of all the groups in situation of vulnerability in our hemisphere. Our relevance as a political global forum manifests when we received in the Council the excellent presidents of the Republic of Colombia and of the Republic of Ecuador. Finally, the Permanent Council complied with its mandate in preparing this session, facilitating negotiations among the member states, and also submitting to consideration of this Assembly the projects of resolution and declaration that today are part of our agenda. Mr. Chair, the report that I present today to this plenary is the proof that a multilateralism that is renewed, useful, and also committed with this historical responsibility brings tangible results for our hemisphere. Our region demands a leadership that has a vision that is shared and the political will to consolidate an organization that is modern, that responds, bringing forth opportunity and efficacy to what our communities aspire, our people aspire. The Permanent Council still shows with facts that they're evolving and ready to project the dynamics towards the future. I conclude, dear Mr. Chair, presenting my recognition to the representatives of Canada, Chile, and Colombia for their shared leadership as presidents, and to each one of the members that are part permanent committees and each one of the member states and chairs, and with the spirit, and also the permanent observers for their valuable commitment and participation in the work that they have done in the Permanent Council. And I want to thank you to all the authorities and all the teams. And I also want to thank the Assistant Secretary General, and to the team of the Permanent Council and the Department of Conference and Meetings, and all the body of interpreters for their professionalism in everything that they have done throughout this year. It has been very important for the Permanent Council to work in an efficient manner, and also with everything that is required from the hemisphere. I invite all the delegates that we continue consolidating the Permanent Council as being a modern organization, united and decided to build a future of prosperity and of peace for the Americas. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, Mr. Solano. Thank you for the presentation of this report and also for the projects that have been presented and that have been brought forth for the consideration of this General Assembly. And as we have seen in this presentation, the report shows the complexity and the dynamics and the political effort and diplomatic effort by the Permanent Council that has been displayed. It's not only the political heart of our organization, but is the vital spaces in which we use consensus and the principles, inter-American principles, and we give strategic continuity to the mandates of our nation day after day. In the name of this General Assembly, I want to recognize to the permanent representatives of the member states and their work in the commissions and in the work groups is what sustains the architecture of the hemisphere dialogue and brings forth our aspirations and concrete resolutions. And in a special manner, I want to thank the leadership of the permanent representatives of Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, who have exercised the chair of the council, and the permanent representative of Dominica, Costa Rica, Chile, and Canada for their work in the vice presidency. And thanks to all of them for what they have done and doing it in such a professional and also diplomatic sense. With this said, we suggest that the General Assembly takes note of the report of the Permanent Council and that we will proceed to approve the projects that have been declared and resolution that has been informed to us. They have consensus from the member states. So 1, the project of resolution supporting the stabilization led by Haiti and strengthening of the coordinations of the Hemisphere Assistance Project of Declaration, the draft in Nicaragua, the project of resolution and amendment of mandates, projects of the budgeting program of the organization for the year 2027, the project advancing in the hemisphere initiatives in integral development, project of resolution commemoration of the 56th anniversary, the draft of the Democratic Inter-American Charter, the declaration of the anniversary of the Inter-American Council for the Integral Development, project of resolution declaration, the draft of the improvement of the mental health of the Americas through intersectorial actions of all the government, draft extension of the Americas for the rights and the dignity of People with Disability and its action program. Draft of strengthening efficacy and the impact of the Inter-American emergency help that comes from the Inter-American Fund of Assistance in Emergency Situation. Draft resolution for the Inter-American project of telecommunication and development of technologies of telecommunications and communication. A modification, draft resolution of the statutes of the Inter-American Commission of Telecommunication and draft resolution reforms to the statutes of the Administrative Tribunal. I would like to yield the floor and will be approved the delegations that would like to refer to the declarations and the draft resolution that have been approved recently. At this time, Costa Rica. The floor is yours. Mr. Chair, I would like to congratulate the government of Panama for their excellent organization of this 56th Assembly of the General Assembly, and in a special manner to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama, Javier Martinez Acha, for being chosen to preside this work. Costa Rica manifests that they adopt and recognizes the contributions of the delegations that allowed us to get to this consensus, especially to the delegation of Canada for its leadership. The adoption of this instrument reaffirmed that democracy and human rights and it's fundamental. They continue to be essential pillars of the inter-American system and part of the rule of law. This General Assembly has expressed what's happening democratically in the human rights in Nicaragua because of the reports and also forced disappearances, and the restrictions and arrests. And for this reason, the persecution against religious leaders and communities of faith. And Costa Rica, Brooklyn Rivera, indigenous mesquite defender of the rights of the indigenous groups and beneficiary of measures of protections in the inter-American system. His death under the custody represents a problem of great magnitude, and that it must be clarified what happened in the respect of the rights to the truth, to his family members, and accountability. We condemn the murder of Mr. Sankam that occurred in my country on the 9th of June of the year 2025. We highlight how the national authorities of Costa Rica had acted upon that allowed the detainment and judicial process of many that have been considered suspicious. Costa Rica will continue working firmly to ensure that all those who are responsible will go before the law and that no way of violence or intimidation will be found in the spaces and impunity. Mr. Chair, Costa Rica observes in great manner worried the recent presence in Nicaragua of military Russian forces and terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah. Just yesterday, many individuals that are linked to the group Hamas were detained by the police force in my country. And also we leave in evidence the proliferation of crimes that also have to do with illegal mining, in particular with the border with Nicaragua, and that is also being done impacting with great environmental consequences, economical sanitation that generate great threats to the security and stability of Costa Rica and Central America. So as a neighbor country, consolidated democracy, and a nation that has given protection to thousands of Nicaraguans, Costa Rica reaffirms its historical commitment with the defense of human rights, democracy, and also the rule of law. The adoption of this declaration sends a message of solidarity with the victims, with the family members, and with the Nicaragua community also with the charter of OAS, the Convention of Human Rights, and the Democratic Charter, Inter-American Charter. Costa Rica will continue working alongside with the efforts of OAS, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and also the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights and other international competent mechanisms in favor of truth, justice, reparation, and reestablishing of freedom and democratic guarantee. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. At this time, Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I begin my remarks by first of all congratulating you on your
Antigua, el micrófono. The mic is not on.
Of this General Assembly. I'll start again. Mr. Chairman, let me first of all express my warm congratulations to you on your election as the President of this regular session, this 56th regular session of the General Assembly. I have no doubt that you will conduct this meeting with the aplomb and firmness that it will require. And I take this opportunity to say that you can be assured, sir, of my delegation's support. Now, Mr. Chairman, I've taken the floor because I wanted, on behalf of Antigua and Barbuda, to warmly commend this General Assembly for its historic adoption of the Declaration on Improving Mental Health in the Americas. My delegation is honored that, at the request of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Garston Brown, Antigua and Barbuda initiated this discussion at last year's General Assembly, which we had the honor to host. We initiated this declaration because we believe that mental health is fundamental to human well-being, social cohesion, and sustainable development throughout our hemisphere. Climate-related disasters, economic vulnerability, social disruption, and the enduring effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have reinforced the need for stronger mental health systems and greater resilience. These challenges are, of course, not unique to my country. They are shared across the Americas, and they require a collective regional response. That is why we brought this issue before this organization. Mental health is not solely a health concern. It is also a development issue, an education issue, a labor issue, and a human rights issue. No country can address these challenges in isolation, but together we can make meaningful progress. By adopting this declaration today, member states have affirmed their commitment to closer cooperation, the sharing of best practices, improved access to quality mental health services, and the development of people-centered policies that promote prevention, care, and recovery. My delegation is particularly heartened that the declaration recognizes the needs of groups in situations of vulnerability and affirms the importance of ensuring that all are included. For too long, mental health has remained one of the most neglected public health challenges in our hemisphere. Today, through this declaration, we have taken an important step towards changing that reality. This is a collective affirmation that mental health is integral to human dignity, to social well-being, and to sustainable development. Antigua and Barbuda is proud to have initiated this important conversation. We look forward to working with all member states to translate today's commitment into practical action that improves the lives of our people, especially those who have for far too long been hidden, misunderstood, and neglected. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Antigua.
At this time, the floor is for Peru. Mr. President, Mr. Chair of Panama, we want to congratulate you for your lessons as Chair of the General Assembly. In the name of Peru, we want to thank all the member states for adopting the resolution of the 56th anniversary of the Charter, of the Inter-American Charter. We value the constructive spirit and the opening to dialogue and the commitment showed by the delegations throughout this process. This resolution reflects a conviction that is shared. The Democratic Inter-American Charter continues to be one of the main instruments used of our organization, and it's a reference for the defense and promoting democracy in the hemisphere. Almost 25 years ago, precisely on the 11th of September of 2001, with the President, Mr. Colin Powell, Secretary of State, we signed in Lima with one voice that the Americas should have democracy and its governments are obligated to promote it and defend it. This principle today convenes us to continue strengthening our democratic institutions, the rule of law, human rights, and the fundamental freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, and with this spirit, we extend a cordial invitation to all the member states to actively participate in the commemorative activities that will be occurring in Lima and in Washington the upcoming month of September and the 55th anniversary. Reaffirming throughout this commemoration our collective commitment with the values and democratic principle that inspire this organization, with the conviction that democracy continues to be the most secure path to build liberty, prosperity for the Americas. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. At this time, the floor is for the delegation of El Salvador. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We want to congratulate for you being chosen. And also, we hope that you have a lot of success, El Salvador. Thanks to the leadership of Haiti and the effort of all the member states for concluding and approving the resolution that supports stabilization that is led by Haiti and the coordination of the hemisphere. El Salvador is part of the consensus for it to be adopted, and also looking at integral approach over the multidimensional crisis that is affecting Haiti from a perspective of shared responsibility. We trust that with the spirit of consensus and backing will allow us to implement this transparently with the authorities of Haiti, the General Secretary, and the member states to accomplish the objectives. The commitment of El Salvador with Haiti has been consistent in time and also based on the challenge transcending from the rhetoric of working alongside an active participation and up to the repression of the gangs to contribute to have security and peace restoration. The delicate situation of Haiti by the indiscriminated crime by gangs continues representing the greatest challenge for stability and the well-being of the community of Haiti, impacting women and children. Advancing to recovering Port-au-Prince territory, it represents hope and constitute the basis in which the suppression of these gangs is being done, and also asking for the support of all the states and the UN for the renewal of this mandate. Aligning the work of the UN and the Secretary General, and alongside with Haiti and the member states, is very important. And the complementary of the different political mechanisms of cooperation to continue advancing in the cooperation or not having dispersion of resources and efforts. The map of work that will be done will be an articulated tool for actions towards long-lasting solutions. We also want to encourage the international organization and Inter-American Organization for technical and financial support for its implementation, and all the member states and observers to continue contributing to the funds for this fund. Mr. Chair, my delegation congratulates for the approval of the budget of 2026-2027 and the effort that has been done. We're thankful by all the member states and also for the approval and by the Secretary General for its approval. We're added to the consensus with flexibility and consensus in a financial context which is complex for states and multilateral organizations. It is fundamental to approach the budgeting in a pragmatic and responsible manner. We emphasize that to see the impact of the resources of the member states and donors give to the organization and administration, and financial administration must be efficient, transparent, oriented towards results. Aligns with this, prioritizing the actions that OAS gives an added value, and strategic planning is fundamental, and also the responsibility of the states to avoid the proliferation of mandates that do not have funds for its execution or will give pressure for the limited resources. It's precise to remember that the states do not have all the resources that ideally are necessary to implement all the public policies and strategies for the development. For this reason, El Salvador continues with a responsible vision in public finances with fiscal discipline for the correct usage of funds and towards people from El Salvador. A budget, even though it's modest in our experience, it has shown that if it's well administrated, it transforms into an essential tool for the effective compliance of institutional objectives and for a solution of the real problems of the population. And the responsibility should permeate in the work of our international organizations, and we have promoted this in the framework and other organizations. Finally, and not least important, El Salvador congratulates also for everything that has been done in the Americas for the dignity of those who have disabilities. And we also see the commitment and collaborative spirit of all the delegations to reach to a consensus of a topic of all this relevance at a national and hemisphere level that is done in a relevant context for the rights of those who have disabilities. In the year 2026, the fourth cycle of monitoring of the Inter-American Convention for eliminating all ways of discrimination against people that have disabilities and its action plan. The people with disabilities and those that are subject to rights are key for the development, and we recognize their contributions to their contributions. We reiterate our commitment with the principles and our disposition to continue advancing with the building of public policies that will protect the rights of those who have disabilities for the development of their maximum potential. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, El Salvador.
Thank you, El Salvador.
Antes de proceder con
Before we move on to the next order of business, I'd like to remind the distinguished delegations that we will be talking about the Malvinas Islands during the fourth plenary session. I have a request. Chancellors and delegations, head of delegations and delegates from a few ministers of foreign affairs who have to catch planes. So I request your support so that we finish by 7 and that we pass all of the necessary resolutions. I request for your supports so that our chancellors and delegations can take part. Approved.
de conformidad con los artículos 22 y 24 del
According to Article 22 and 24 of the Rules of Procedure, We have representatives from all of the delegations of the member states taking part in this General Assembly. There being no objections, the Assembly is formally installed. According to the agreements that reached and recommendations formed by the Permanent Council in their ordinary session on last June 17th, the plenary establishes the texts that will be sent to the General Commission. I now offer the floor to the Assistant General Secretary, who will provide a report on the documents in this situation. The floor is yours. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, heads of delegation of member states, General Secretary. In addition to the declarations and resolutions that have been approved by this plenary, the Permanent Council considered one draft declaration and one draft resolution for this dear ordinary period of sessions, with regard to which the member states did not reach consensus. Both texts include pending paragraphs that require greater consideration on behalf of the member states as part of the General Commission, according to recommendations agreed upon by the Permanent Council in their last ordinary session held on June 17th. These drafts are as follows: the Declaration of Panama, multilateralism, multilateralism in defense of democracy, hemispheric security and stability in the American states, document AG-Doc 5923-26. With respect to this draft declaration, the member states agreed a pre-agreement to 14 paragraphs, but still require a consensus on the title of the declaration, 7 preamble paragraphs, and 8 declarative paragraphs, as well as various alternative proposals that have been submitted by the delegations, which are currently under consultation. And number 2 is draft resolution implementation of the Credentials Committee for the Organization of American States, document AG/Doc 5920/26. This docu was submitted to this plenary with the following pending points: a preamble paragraph from the delegation of the United States, which is still under consult; the resolutives paragraph number 1 regarding the nature of the committee, and 2 proposals on the composition submitted by the delegation of the United States and by the chair of the Permanent Council. On June 22nd, within term established by member states to receive new proposals, the Secretariat received and distributed as document AG/Doc 5931/26 a new draft entitled Declaration of Panama for Multilateralism in Defense of Democracy, Hemispheric Security and Stability in the American States, submitted by the delegation of Panama. And within this same term, the Secretariat also received from the delegation of Bolivia the draft resolution entitled Situation of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, which was distributed as document AG/Doc 5934/26. On this text, it received and distributed as addendums to said document comments and observations drafted by the delegations of Antigua and Barbuda, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Paraguay, and Uruguay. We recommend that both drafts, as well as the comments received from the delegations, be submitted to the General Committee for consideration. if this plenary is in agreement with the recommendations established by the Permanent Committee and the Secretariat, these draft declaration and resolution should be submitted to the General Committee of this Assembly for their consideration by part of the member states. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Assistant General Secretary, for this report. The Chair notes the recommendations of the Permanent Council and the Secretariat in relation to the arguments presented and proposes that the General Committee be negotiate the following documents. One is the Draft Declaration of Panama, document 5923, in the pending paragraphs. 2, Draft Resolution on Establishment or Implementation of the Credentials Committee, document 5920, pending paragraphs. 3, the new draft declaration submitted by Panama, now document 5931. And 4, the draft resolution on the situation in Bolivia, document 5934, as well as the corresponding observations and commentary from delegations. Negotiations shall concentrate on the new text and on the paragraphs that do not yet have a consensus among delegations, respecting what has already been agreed upon by the Permanent Council. There being no objection, agreed. To facilitate work, the committee shall elect for the first session a rapporteur for, according to Article 25 of the Rules of Procedure, shall report to this plenary on deliberations, conclusions, recommendations definitively established in this General Assembly. I fully trust in the efficiency of the General Committee to carry out this task and ensure the success of our work. We shall now proceed to the election of the chair of the General Committee. And I now extend the floor to the delegations who wish to submit nominations. First, Dominican Republic. Mr. Chancellor, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations for your election, and we wish you full success in this General Assembly. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. The Dominican Republic is honored to nominate the Ambassador of Costa Rica, the current chair of the Permanent Council, Alejandro Solano Gabalceta, as chair of the General Committee of the 56th Ordinary Session of the OAS General Assembly. Under the leadership of Ambassador Solano, we've seen progress in resolutions and in agreements. Most of the texts have been agreed upon, and we've reached consensus on the majority before this assembly. Ambassador Solano has a great past with over 26 years serving on behalf of Costa Rica and diplomacy. Over her career, she has been responsible for working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Costa Rica, and has served as legal adjunct public policy, foreign policy, head of consular affairs, and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Internationally, she has also served as a diplomat in Colombia, Honduras, the United States, and as well as the United Nations. The OAS understands the important need for leadership and understands the importance of this budget administrative tasks, and as well as migratory measures, in addition to supporting a number of initiatives, declarations, and resolutions. She is an attorney by trade with a master's in human rights and Inter-American System of Human Rights. Ambassador Solano has a solid combination of experience, leadership, and commitment to the values and objectives of the Inter-American system. These are qualities that are absolutely essential to carry out this important responsibility, Mr. Chair. And this is where we focus our most more complex topics and the most delicate topics and most delicate matters, we recognize that the Ambassador Solano has been an admirable past of serving the OAS and diplomatically addressing the challenges we have all faced. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chancellor. Delegation of Chile. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chile wishes to second the Dominican Republic's nomination so that the delegate, Ms. Solano of Costa Rica, serve in this capacity. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I declare elected by acclamation Ambassador Alejandra Solano, permanent representative of Costa Rica before the OAS as chair of the General Committee. As the delegations well know, election of the vice chair and rapporteur shall be carried out during the first session of the General Committee, which will begin at 3:45. Point 10. Excellencies, dear colleagues, I would like to begin the dialogue of heads of delegation on the main topic chosen by Panama, which is during this ordinary session, firm multilaterals in defense of democracy, hemispheric security, and stability in the American states. Panama will begin this dialogue from its historic place as a bridge and a meeting point among nations. As part in the celebration of the bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress, we renew our commitment to this hemispheric focus. We reinform the importance of useful multilateralism focused on concrete results and on our citizens. This is a multilateralism that strengthens democracy, cooperation, and trust in and among states. Before we move forward, I would like to remind the distinguished delegates that according to procedural agreements adopted for this dialogue of heads of delegation, the floor is offered according to precedents as established by lot, and it starts with the distinguished delegation of Haiti. And this will be equitable participation that will allow the very valuable positions of the member states. And I ask delegations to please limit themselves to 6 minutes and for their respective interventions. I am convinced that this exchange will be highly constructive and will guide us in consolidating and building a more prosperous, safe, and sustainable hemisphere in the Americas. Without further ado, I offer the floor to Ms. Minister Reina Forvin, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Head of Delegation of Haiti. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the Republic of Haiti has the honor to speak in this session and thanks Panama for this historical background. On behalf of the government and the people of Haiti, we are very thankful to the people of Panama for their excellent organization and their warm welcome. I would like to congratulate the General Secretary of the OAS, Albert Ramdin, whose engagement and constant commitment with the member states on behalf of dialogue and cooperation have been very relevant. This session will address firm multilateralism in defense of democracy, hemispheric security, and stability in the American states, a theme that coincides with the bicentennial of the Congress of Panama. By referring to this Congress that was held by Simón Bolívar, all of the Americas there's still a question about opening for Haiti, and people like Alexander Petion and others who made freedom a shared desire and will help to push for people and their emancipation. Simon Bolivar and freedom and liberation in the continent. Haiti has contributed as being one of the first bridges for people in the Americas. 200 years later, we still continue to work this. The people of our hemisphere are stronger because as we move and advance together in the same spirit which inspired the Congress of Panama in the past, we can continue to overcome the challenges that our region is facing and to reinforce democracy and the stability of our states. The true test of multilateralism is not in our declarations, but in our ability to act together. When one of our member states faces a challenge, and that is why Haiti is very grateful for the support from the OAS and member states given the in the face of the challenges that we are encountering. I don't want to talk only about the challenges that Haiti faces. I'm here to talk to you about determination. I want to talk about the determination of the Haitian people. I came to talk about progress that we have made and the progress that still needs to be made, the path that still needs to be tread. No people can raise up alone. Haiti depends on the solidarity of our partners in the region so that we can progress and move forward in security, democracy, and safety. With Alex Didier, our president, there have been significant progress. Has been made for the safety, security, and safety forces in the country, with 2,000 new law enforcement agents have been trained just this year alone. We've also recruited 1,500 new soldiers for the armed forces in the country. The security forces are being strengthened, and we are seeing new advances. In Port-au-Prince, we've been reinvesting, and the authorities have been investing heavily in the area, focusing on a diplomatic corps, and we have started to see significant changes in this regard. There has been impressive implementation of suppression of the paramilitary groups. And there has been a renovation we ask for a renovation of this mandate so that we can continue to see this progress in security. As a democracy, we seek stability through pacts and elections, bringing together institutional, civil society, and other actors. A new decree was adopted recently, and resources have been mobilized. And technical preparedness are underway for elections. These progress has helped us for a better electoral order. And we have special judges in place for this to combat impunity and reinforce transparency and justice. A focus on disarmament and reinsertion of the CNDDI has been reinvigorated to ensure that the law enforcement can be reinserted into society, reinsertion of youth into society from previously armed groups. And security obviously cannot be separate from development. We needed to ensure that this stability comes hand in hand with a paradigm shift. We need to invest in education, entrepreneurship, jobs, and infrastructure. We need to give true perspectives, outlooks to young people, to women, give them hope, and allow them to effectively combat the violence and exclusion in our country. Finally, I would like to invite states in the region to continue to cooperate with us and to help us against drug trafficking, arms trafficking, asset laundering, and other illicit activities that undermine security and safety in our and stability in our region. Haiti's stability is not just a national challenge, it's a challenge for the entire hemisphere. Ladies and gentlemen, Haiti is very grateful to Alberto Rondim for his personal commitment to supporting the roadmap for stability that has been submitted to all. And this roadmap has been absolutely critical. Thank you to the member states, to our partner member states, United States, Canada, CARICOM, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, El Salvador, Guatemala, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and to all the states, each of you who have somehow helped ensure the stability of our country. The member states who supported the resolution and started to for the Haiti-led draft resolution. We're very grateful. Again, Haiti is not alone. This is an important stage in our transition to a commitment for results, for solidarity, and true implementation, coordinated implementation of this security. We support liberty. And here we are requesting solidarity to our brothers and sisters of the Americas so that we can ensure peace, security, and democracy in our territory and in the region. Haiti is not asking that others act in its place. We act that other countries act with the country, recognizing its sovereignty and its country priorities, and understand what our shared goals are. Through our Prime Minister, we are seeking to ensure security, strengthen democratic institutions, improve economic conditions, and create conditions for peaceful and trust-building elections. This is the most decisive moment. Together with this Congress of Panama, and in the spirit of the Congress of Panama, we are moving towards the stability, formal coordination, moving to true impact, and our commitment will lead to concrete results on behalf and in favor of the Haitian people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please keep to your 6 minutes. Thank you very much. Haiti, which of course is of maximum priority, which this country represents for solidarity and the agenda of our organization, looking for an exchange. And with a exchange of terms, we have I am honored to grant the floor to Mr. Christopher Landau, Subsecretary of the State and Head of the Delegation of the United States of America. Christopher Landau, the floor is yours.
Ministers, ambassadors, colleagues, and friends. A special thank you to President Molino and to you, Foreign Minister Acha, for your generous hospitality. 200 years ago, representatives of the newly independent republics of Spanish America gathered here in Panama. The challenges facing our hemisphere have changed, but the fundamental responsibilities of government haven't. Every nation in this room has an obligation to protect its people, defend its borders, uphold the rule of law, and create the conditions for the free flow of commerce. No country represented here wants gangs controlling neighborhoods, cartels controlling trade routes, or traffickers determining who and what crosses its borders. And yet, throughout our hemisphere, transnational criminal organizations continue to challenge the authority of legitimate governments and threaten the security of our citizens. That's the world we're living in, and this organization must be equal to it. Last year, in the same forum, I issued a challenge. I said that this body doesn't suffer from a shortage of meetings, declarations, or committees. What it suffers from is a shortage of results. I asked you to help me make the case to our president and our people that our substantial investment in this organization is worth it. So let's take a look. On Haiti, I'm pleased to report positive momentum. The OAS gave unanimous approval to support for the transition to the gang suppression force, a decision that helped pave the way for the subsequent UN Security Council resolution authorizing proactive counter-gang operations to neutralize, isolate, and deter the armed groups that have terrorized the Haitian people. The OAS has also provided an organizational home and diplomatic status for Special Representative Jack Christofides and his team. On May 29th, I personally was able to visit the gang suppression force on the ground in Haiti, and I was genuinely impressed by the progress I saw. I want to thank the Bahamas, Canada, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Jamaica for their leadership in the standing group of partners. This is what results-oriented regional responses to crises look like, what this organization looks like when it works. But I want to be clear-eyed, the work is far from complete. Renewal of the GSF mandate by the UN Security Council should not be taken for granted. It's imperative that all of us increase our engagement with UN Security Council members and contribute to the GSF's success through funding, equipment, and personnel. Haiti can't be allowed to slip back into chaos because we declared victory too soon. On Honduras, we've heard directly from our Honduran allies how critical OAS support was in moving the elections forward and avoiding civil strife. I also want to commend the OAS observation teams on their recent successful deployments in Peru and Colombia. But now we face another test, one that's unfolding as we speak. Bolivia is facing a crisis. Bolivian citizens chose a clear new direction last year when they elected President Rodrigo Paz. That democratic mandate has been met with violence perpetrated by those who lost at the ballot box. This isn't a political dispute. It's an assault on democracy itself. In political disputes, mobs don't go out and block roads. They don't prevent, by force, food and medicine from entering a city. They don't set up barricades and try to force the president to resign. The OAS deserves recognition for its electoral observation efforts in Bolivia. But democracy doesn't end when the votes are counted and the observers pack up and go home. I ask you plainly, once our statements about credible elections have concluded, how does this body respond when violent opponents seek to undo those results? And I therefore urge every member state in this room to heed Bolivia's calls for meaningful action in support of elected government, peaceful democratic processes, and constitutional order. We've heard from many of you directly earlier today when the United States co-hosted with Bolivia and Argentina an event to support Bolivia's democratically elected governments and denounce those who seek to overthrow it. On Cuba, I'll be equally direct. Cuba is a failed state, friendly to our adversaries 90 miles from the United States, with a long history of undermining democratic institutions and fomenting civil unrest across our hemisphere. Havana's authoritarian communist regime, which has been in power without an election for 67 years, is collapsing, and it must enact immediate economic and political reforms. It has no other choice. We should similarly demand the same fundamental freedoms for the Nicaraguan people. There should be zero tolerance for totalitarian regimes in our hemisphere. I'd also like to challenge this organization to be more proactive on the issue of illegal narcotics, particularly fentanyl, which causes countless deaths. There's no doubt about the connection between drugs and organized crime, nor about the connection between organized crime and the subversion of our regional institutions. Narco criminals threaten all of us, from Canada to Patagonia, and I hope this organization can start to take a more proactive role to address this threat. I'm happy that the OAS has succeeded in delivering some real institutional reforms, but that agenda is far from over, particularly with respect to the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, where we'd like to see more action and less ideological drift. Colleagues, the United States believes in the potential of this organization. Our country is uniquely positioned at this juncture to be an active partner in our hemisphere. We want this organization to be part of the solution. We want to work with you. The people of this region aren't waiting on our rhetoric. They're waiting on our results. Let's give them some. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, United States. Mr. Landau. So once again, welcome. So at this time, we give the floor to Jamaica.
Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and buenas tardes. Congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this 56th regular session of the General Assembly of the OAS, and thank you for your efficient management thus far. It is a great pleasure to meet in this beautiful and historic country, one which has not only contributed to the development and integration of our hemisphere, but also one with which Jamaica has shared an enduring bond over generations. From the origins of the Carta de Jamaica to the thousands of Jamaicans who assisted in the construction of the Panama Canal, I'm proud that today this relationship between our nations continues to be strengthened through people-to-people connections, trade, and cooperation. Mr. President, this year's General Assembly takes on added significance as we commemorate the bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama. That historic assembly, convened by Simón Bolívar, inspired a vision of unity and collective action among nations that laid the foundation for the modern inter-American system. Jamaica therefore commends Panama for preserving this enduring legacy of hemispheric solidarity, a principle as important today as it was 2 centuries ago. Indeed, we meet at a time when multilateralism is being tested by myriad global challenges that no country can address alone. These very challenges underscore the importance of institutions such as the OAS, which enable us to work together in pursuit of shared solutions. The theme of this year's assembly is therefore both timely and relevant. A strong multilateralism goes beyond dialogue. It demands sustained coordination across political, economic, and security spheres, as well as strong regional international institutions capable of responding positively and effectively to crises, supporting democratic governance, and advancing peace and stability. It demands that results can be translated into improvements to the lives of our citizens. Mr. President, a key expression of multilateralism within the OAS is its commitment to democratic governance, including through instruments such as the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Democracy has always required work beyond the holding of elections, but modern-day challenges of disinformation enabled by unregulated social media, however, mean that strengthening institutions, transparency, and dialogue require even more effort. Jamaica recognizes the OAS's contributions to strengthening democratic institutions, supporting electoral processes, promoting peace building, conflict resolution, and fostering regional stability. We welcomed the OAS Electoral Observation Mission for our general elections last September, and thank the Secretariat and Member States for their continued support of this important work in our region and indeed the wider hemisphere. Mr. President, strong multilateralism also remains critical to addressing climate change and resilience building. Last October, Jamaica experienced the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest storms to ever emanate from the Atlantic Basin and the strongest to ever hit our country. It claimed lives and caused extensive damage to critical infrastructure, housing, livelihoods, agriculture, and productive sectors. I'm grateful for the opportunity in this forum to reaffirm to our hemispheric family and international partners the heartfelt gratitude of the government and people of Jamaica for the solidarity and support extended to us during the immediate aftermath and ensuing period after the hurricane. While Jamaica has strengthened its capacity to absorb shocks and recover through sound domestic policies and strong partnerships, the annual hurricane season continues to bring uncertainty, disruption, and dislocation. Jamaica is therefore encouraged by the broad support by member states of the resolution spearheaded together with the Bahamas and the US on strengthening the effectiveness and impact of the Inter-American Emergency Aid from the Emergency Fund, FUNDEM. It seeks to encourage greater voluntary contributions to the fund and better position the OAS to provide emergency support to member states in need. We look forward to its formal adoption by this Assembly. Mr. President, on security, strengthened multilateralism and deepened cooperation are also our surest avenue to effectively addressing the complex security challenges facing our region. Trafficking of firearms, drugs, and people, cybercrimes, money laundering, and other transnational crimes are being undertaken by increasingly sophisticated and technologically enabled criminal networks. Their highly organized enterprises are geared for profit, and to secure this, they often seek to undermine democratic governance, security, and economic development. The fight against them undeniably requires greater hemispheric, regional, and indeed global cooperation with multifaceted approaches. We encourage the OAS to continue prioritizing these issues, recognizing that peace, security, and development are inextricably interconnected. We welcome collaboration with the OAS and other member states on cybercrime, maritime and port security, and transnational organized crime through capacity building and intelligence sharing. Mr. President, briefly on Haiti. Jamaica welcomes the OAS's continued engagement in Haiti, including the establishment of a special mission to support coordination, implementation of the OAS Haitian-led roadmap and political dialogue. We also welcome the support shown by the wider international community for the Gang Suppression Force and the standing group of partners. Jamaica remains a committed member of the group and has deployed trainers and command personnel, including the Deputy Force Commander of the Suppression Force. The renewal of the GSF's mandate, due to expire at the end of August in the UN, is absolutely critical to harness the progress made and to improve Haiti's prospects for holding credible participatory elections. We therefore call on the membership of the OAS to continue to support this important investment in Haiti's long-term stability, including by political advocacy in other fora. Mr. President, as we look ahead, the OAS must remain strong, effective, and responsive to the needs of its member states. Safeguarding the organization's financial sustainability is therefore important. Adequate and predictable resources will enable the OAS to effectively fulfill its mandate across its core pillars, supporting democracy, human rights, security, and development through the hemisphere. On this bicentennial, Mr. President, Jamaica reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principles and purposes of the OAS and reiterates our belief that through solidarity, cooperation, and mutual respect, we can achieve the aspirations envisioned 2 centuries ago in Panama and secure a brighter future for all the peoples of our Americas. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Gracias, Camila.
Thank you, Camila. At this time, the floor is to transfer from Brazil, Mauro Veda. Please go ahead. Excellent, Mr. Secretary of the American States, Mr. Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama. We want to thank you. We want to thank Panama for hospitality, which it receives of all the group in this beautiful city. Brazil sees with eyes of satisfaction the bicentennial Epictonic Assembly of 1826. The Congress represents more so to build a good
To Mark. We think this Congress represents the first and foremost aspiration to build harmonious coexistence among our countries. This historic occasion in 26 to celebrate that noble aspiration, an aspiration rooted in breadth and diversity of our international relations. Different paths lead to the realization of these ideals. The most fundamental of them is the path traced to a history of culture, the path of Latin America and the Caribbean. This is the path dictated by the popular will in my country. Brazil's federal constitution, enacted in 1988 after more than 2 decades of authoritarian rule, provides that Brazil shall seek the economic, political, social, and cultural integration of the peoples of Latin America. In pursuing this national interest, enshrined as a constitutional mandate, Brazil, together with its regional partners, built the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean states, CELAC. One of CELAC's greatest achievements was the declaration of 2014 in Havana, Cuba, with Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace where differences among nations are to be resolved through dialogue, negotiation, and other forms of peaceful settlement established under international law. That declaration is one of the great embodiments of the spirit of 1826, the spirit of the Amphictyonic Congress, envisioned by Simón Bolívar, which we commemorate today. The resolve to consolidate in Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace is also one of the greatest contributions our region has made to the spirit of 1945, the spirit of the Charter of the United Nations, which establishes, above and beyond any other difference, the principles of peaceful coexistence among states and its peoples. It was this commitment to peace and the basic rule of coexistence that the drafters of the Charter of San Francisco had in mind when they provided, in Article 52 of that document, that the activities of the regional organizations must always be conducted in a manner consistent with the purposes and the principles and purposes of the United Nations. Under the aegis of the precept that our Organization of American States emerged through the Charter of Bogota in 1948 as a forum of convergence among the different regions of the Americas. In keeping with the Charter of the United Nations, the OAS must be guided above all by the peaceful coexistence of its members. Indeed, the invaluable contributions of the Inter-American system to our peoples have always gone hand in hand with the adherence of its member states to core principles of international law, such as the sovereign equality of nations, national self-determination, and non-intervention in internal affairs of other countries. Brazil is convinced that these principles will always point the way towards peaceful coexistence within the inter-American sphere. Sovereign equality, self-determination, and non-intervention will always be better than the path marked by the temptations of unilateralism, uniformity, and spheres of influence. The stability we all seek in our regional spheres, such as South America and Latin America, depends on ensuring that the actions of the OAS remains firmly anchored in international law, both in the Charter of Bogota and the Charter of San Francisco. It's not to say that we're naive about the difficulties of multilateralism. We know that it's imperfect and requires concessions. And arrogance of unilateralism and impulses of primacy do not resolve conflicts. The Organization of American States could have no leadership or greater authority than that of Secretary General Albert Ramdin. The voice from the Caribbean, the region we are pleased to see at the helm of the OAS for the first time, Secretary General Ramdin has demonstrated from its very first days of his mandate balance, broad capacity for dialogue, and a firm commitment to the independence of office. Mr. Secretary General, count on Brazil for support in the task of strengthening this organization as a space that belongs to each and every one of its members. Ladies and gentlemen, organized crime respects no borders and has emerged as one of the most serious problems affecting the different regions that make up the inter-American sphere. The Brazilian government gives the highest priority to combating organized crime. Everything needs to be assigned with cooperation among member states. And that is why we support permanent dialogue among our intelligence services and forensics and security forces. These are criminal structures that are focused on criminal flows and illicit markets. And as such, we need to resist the temptation to reclassify them in different destinations. We need to look at the different contexts that do not contribute to dismantle these criminal groups. To the contrary, they limit the exchange of information, and they can become a pretext for responses that ignore borders, jurisdictions, and sovereign equality of nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this General Assembly is firm multilateralism. And if we want to take this seriously, we must cooperate in the face of this climate emergency that we're facing. The many challenges of sustainable development in its three dimensions, economic, social, and environmental, cannot be successfully addressed without a joint effort. COP30, which was held in Belém do Pará, offered important contributions on the basis of which we must make further progress in implementing the commitments undertaken. Our countries must avoid setbacks in human rights and area in which we have robust mandates and consolidated protection system. Brazil rejects any attempts to stifle debate on this issue or to normalize injustice and marginalization. Stability in our different regions also requires on strong democracies built on transparent elections and that are participatory in nature. Many countries in this region will be undergoing important elections, including Brazil, and it is important to reinforce our capacity to ensure the integrity of information and to avoid use of digital media to disseminate false news and undermine democracy and to interfere in due electoral processes. There is such an advance in false process and an advanced process in the threats of our vote in each of our countries. And this exchange of experience is absolutely critical in this regard. Mr. President, this multinational crisis in Haiti requires our joint action and mobilization of the entire international community. We support the roadmap that was proposed by Secretary General Albert Ramdin and the OAS Special Mission in Haiti with a clear mandate focused on measurable results. In this regard, we need to act rigorously, respecting the mandates within the mandates and respect the responsibility conferred by the Charter of the United Nations on the Security Council in matters of peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, Brazil and Colombia are co-sponsoring the Declaration on the Rights of Persons and Peoples of African Descent. The absence of this issue from the agenda of the 56th General Assembly is shocking. Our societies were built on the enslaved labor of millions of Africans. Today, more than 200 million people of African descent live in the Americas. In many of our countries, including Brazil, they constitute the majority of the population. This significant population remains unrepresented in spaces of power and overrepresented in statistics on poverty, violence, and incarceration. A declaration that recognizes the individual rights of these persons would constitute a consistent gesture of inter-American recognition of the fundamental contribution made by Africans and their descendants to the development of our countries. Allow me to recall that this very General Assembly adopted back in 2013 the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance. So it is paradoxical that an assembly which recognized the scourge of racism in a binding instrument should now show reluctance to reaffirm the rights of its historical victims. And for that reason, I appeal to all so that discussions on this issue of such importance continue with a view to promote adoption of the Declaration of the prompt adoption of the Declaration of Rights of Persons and Peoples of African Descent. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to continue with our national interests. Brazil continue to act to conserve the collective heritage of all and in building consensus, inter-American consensus. And we will not work alone. This organization belongs to all. It should not be focus of passing ambitions. And only through this coexistence will we be able to make we'll pursue the future that we so desire together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. Thank you, Moto. So at this time, we will yield the floor to Panama Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs, Marco Garaman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. and Secretary General, delegates, distinguished delegates, 200 years ago, Panama, the Amphichtonic Congress, Roberto Limon Bolivar, and we wanted to bring forth the basis of a community of nations of the Americas based on cooperation, mutual respect, seeking for common objectives, under also looking at the international laws as our basis. In commemorating the bicentennial, we remember that the challenges that we have the same spirit of dialogue must be complied with that inspired back in the 1826. The unit, the hemispheric unit that we wanted to accomplish 2 centuries ago cannot be sustained based only on circumstantial instances with shared principles, a commitment that will always be based on democratic institutionality. Based upon this, Panama wants to refer to the annual report of the Permanent Council that we just heard that speaks about the importance of the political will of this organization to preserve it. We remember that Article 2, literal B, of the Charter of the Organization of American States establishes among the purposes, essential purposes, to promote and to consolidate the representative democracy among the respect of the principle of non-intervention. Democracy, Mr. Chair, is not another topic of the Inter-American agenda. It's the basis that our regional system rests upon. The Democratic Inter-American Charter, adopted in Lima 25 years ago, continues to be a guide for the states of the hemisphere. Its principles cannot be applied selectively or be interpreted based on convenience. For this reason, Panama considers that this organization cannot continue to be indifferent before the situations that are against the value that we have freely agreed to defend. As it was expressed to this assembly by our President Jose Raul Mulino, that was celebrated last night, we are worried profoundly about how human rights are deteriorated and the fundamental rights in Nicaragua. And we look at the hope that Cuba can reach to democratic freedom that they aspire to, of like all the Americas, reaffirming our backing to have a soon democratic transition in Venezuela based on transparent voting that is verifiable. And we express our solidarity with the government of Bolivia facing the threats of their democratic institutionality and their internal security. The defense of democracy requires coherence, but also action is required. Silence by the erosion of democratic institutions weakens the credibility of our inter-American system. So a mission of Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Security to Bolivia to express support to the democratic government that has been chosen and also the constitutional order to that country. It helps us to comply with the objectives of this organization as well as the approval of the draft to the government of Bolivia, the resolution of Bolivia. The hemisphere security constitutes another of the great challenges in our times. Organized transnational crime and also the illicit traffic of weapons and other hybrid threats affects the stability of our societies and transcends the national borders. For this reason, our government has announced to convene, and also the trafficking of people, to have a reference of hemispheric security at the highest level oriented to strengthen the cooperation and the exchange of information and the effective coordination among the states of the continent. We consider that this conference can be done hand in hand by the ministerial meeting of public security that we decided to have in Panama in the second semester of 2026. Panama reaffirms the importance of also having the liberty of navigation and free transit through the maritime routes internationally, fundamental principles for world trade and the economical state trade, and also peace, international peace, for transfer of trade, international trade, Panama considers that the opening of the maritime routes constitute legitimate interests of all the member states of the international community. We also call upon that the measures of discrimination will cease against all the ships that have Panamanian flags. Centuries ago, we started to build a vision, a common vision for the Americas. And today, with the new challenges that we do have, it corresponds to our generation to show that multilateralism continues to be the best tool to defend democracy and to preserve the peace and to promote the development of our people. This is the commitment of Panama. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Panama. Thank you, Carlos. At this time, Argentina. Thank you, Mr. Chair of the General Assembly, also Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, ministers, and also head of delegates, distinguished representatives. Allow me to start by recognizing the government of Panama for receiving us in the 56th General Assembly of the American States Assembly. I bring the greetings from the President Javier Milei to this assembly, where we have the earliest will of our continent. We meet together to have common towards liberty and prosperity of our people. A joint effort that has been accomplished to center the Amphictyonic Assembly was thinking of a destiny with its own voice, and this calling conserves it still today. Argentina believes in an efficient multilateralism that is pragmatic and responsible. The entity should be at the service of the sovereignty of states and have accountability based on its results, and also concentrate the resources on clear mandates. The International Institute should be at the service of the nations, the legitimate capacity to offer results that will be concrete. This vision inspires the backing of Argentina, of Maria Brose, in the Secretary of the United Nations. This also brings the atmosphere in moments that are of great decisions, and this is one of those moments led by OAS. It shows the determination that is necessary to defend democracy, to strengthen security, and to preserve the stability in our region. Argentina celebrates the recent adoption of the draft of the 27th of January at the day of commemorating those that were the Holocaust and the commitment of the memory of anti-Semitism. In the exercise of the alliance and the memory of the Holocaust, we want to have the participation of the countries in our region in the plenary meeting that we will do at the end of the year. Mr. Chair, the 57th anniversary of the Inter-American Chart convenes us to reflect on democracy that is representative, is not an institution, it's a political regimen that allows us to protect life and the equality before the law. Argentina reaffirms its commitment with the Charter, and we reject any action that alters order and institutionality of Bolivia. The defense of democracy should be backed legitimately constituted when they're submitted under pressure. We also want to say with clarity that we subsist from regimens that have content of democracy and that are in opposition or against the freedom of its people. We ask for those that have been detained to be freed by political reasons. Mr. Chair, also we look at the linkage with terrorism affect our stability. With international cooperation, it should be transformed in operational capacity. In this context, Haiti also appeals directly in our hemisphere. Its stability and security of democratic governability constitutes a responsibility that is shared for the America. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, every year Argentina reaffirms its commitments and legitimate right over the Malvinas Islands San Luis del Sur, and the maritime spaces that are around it. This is something that has been happening for generations of a mandate consecrated on our Constitution and a policy of the permanent will of the Argentinian population. We thank you for the historic backing of the countries in our region. OAS have recognized the Malvinas Islands as something of interest, permanent interest. The Republic of Argentina and United Nations that we should have the negotiation to reach to a Pacific solution that is definite for the dispute of sovereignty. We reaffirm this in great manner towards the international rights. And the draft 2075 of United Nations recognized the existence of the settlement of sovereignty and all the parties to negotiate. The mandate is still in place. No unilateral conduct can take away of what's still pending. For this reason, we reject the unilateral actions of the United Nations that continue promoting of the settlement and the lack of knowledge to the draft 21-9 of the General Assembly of the United Nations. The recent advancements of the Project Sea Lion of our corporate exploration in Habitats Petroleum on the basis of licensing that have been given by the Malvinas Islands tries to consolidate in a territory where the dispute of sovereignty is still pending to be solved. No license, no private investment, no unilateral decision can alter the judicial nature of a controversy of the international community that has been recognized, and it continues claiming to have a negotiated solution. Under the leadership of Javier Milei, Argentina continues to have a clear position, and we defend our sovereign rights by pacific and diplomatic means. We want to have a mature agreement with United Nations to have a common decision with the conviction, and the central of the sovereignty is a matter that should be addressed. So we continue negotiation with United Nations and also in each international forum, and also looking at it from the perspective of Argentina. The judicial accompanies the position that our country has, and that there's a controversy that cannot be indefinitely, that will not have dialogue, and the international community asks for this to be settled. Colleagues, the Americas needs to recover the trust in its institutions, security in its streets, freedom for its citizens, and stable horizons for the growth of their economies. This objective requires courage, political courage, law, order, respect for the sovereignty of every country. Towards freedom should continue to have public action in the region. Our continent has the resources and the talent to assume a role of leadership. In this context, we celebrate that Argentina, before the initiative of the private sector of the Americas. Panama brings us together under the memory of a Congress of Americas together for a common ground. Centuries after, we do not imagine that future. It consists in building it. With that leadership, it will not come forward without effort. It will come from the decision of strengthening security and to create the conditions that our society can prosper. Argentina has chosen that path. We invite the region to also have the same conviction. This assembly will be the beginning for the Americas to continue to be where it corresponds to be. And thank you, and most prosperous in the world. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina.
We will now hear from Peru and then Canada. And then after that, we will finally eat. Peru. Secretary General of the OAS, Assistant General Secretary, ladies and generals, ministers of foreign affairs of the countries in the hemisphere, heads of delegation, permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen. Multilateralism should honor the 4 pillars of the OAS: democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. These pillars, these are not separate pillars. They share a common architecture. Without democracy, institutions are no longer legitimate. Without effective human rights and basic rights, our people are unprotected. and there is no liberty and freedom. Without integral development, there are no more opportunities. And without security, democratic union faces threats that undermine social peace. And in this spirit, Peru has come with a draft resolution to be held next September, the 25th anniversary of the Inter-American Charter, which was adopted by unanimously in Lima in 2021. This charter enshrines something essential. Democracy is a right to the people, for the people of the Americas, and a permanent obligation for its governance. Therefore, its commemoration should be an opportunity to renew its application and to reaffirm that defending democracy requires political will that is constant and predictable. And in this given spirit, we reaffirm our solidarity with the government and people of Bolivia in the difficult humanitarian situation they're facing through protests and blockades that have affected supplies, foods, fuels, affecting the most vulnerable of the Bolivian population. And we reject to all actions against establishing democratic order and the democracy of Bolivia that undermines any democracy. Your Excellencies, democracy demands protecting human dignity. Peru reaffirms its strong commitment to the inter-American system of human rights and its active participation in the spaces of dialogue, follow-up, and cooperation. And we reiterate our support to a hemispheric agenda that is people-oriented, people-centered, especially those who are most vulnerable. Thus, and likewise, democracy can only be established when there is well-being. And in this regard, Peru recognized the strengthening of the Inter-American Committee for Integral Development on its 20th anniversary. And we are convinced that cooperation in education, culture, science, technology, and innovation, connectivity, artificial intelligence, and sustainability should be reflected in tangible developments for our populations. This integral development also requires institutions that are able and free territories that are free from illicit activities. Hemispheric security requires a joint response to the threats that do not recognize borders and that act quickly in our attack our vulnerabilities, our institutional vulnerabilities, our financial and digital and other vulnerabilities. A regional response should be coordinated and sustained and establish security and institutional safety and effective protection of the Haitian people with full respect of their sovereignty and their plurinationality. And along these lines, and in our commitment to the region, we supported in the Andes Resolution 922 and the resolutive action with progress in institutional changes for border control, a border control framework. In the Amazon, we have contributed for specialized mechanisms for public security to combat environmental crimes, including the subcommittee to combat environmental crimes in the Amazon region, which is a committee that we chair. Through different through different resources, Peru has been working with a South American alliance on ports as a flexible area for coordinated response to the different international crimes, focused on strengthening port security and for a quick exchange of information, an easy exchange of information. Currently, as chair of the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, Peru has been taking part more actively in working with the member states and with the permanent members and permanent observers for hemispheric security, to protect our democracy and respond to the need to live in peace. Mr. Chair, to honor its mandate, the OAS has to be strong, sustainable, efficient, austere, in the face of this difficult situation. We recognize the efforts for institutional reforms and financial sustainability that allow us to focus our resources and priorities, shared priorities, so that losses and ensure that Inter-American actions has real impact. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peru. Canada, the floor is yours.
Gracias.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Mr. Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a big thank you to Panama for hosting us. Gracias, Panama. Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes. Es mi primera reunión presencial con todos ustedes.
Thank you for your presence
here today. And thank you for welcoming us to the 200th anniversary of the Congress of Panama, one of the biggest efforts to bring the hemisphere together in common purpose. Depuis 2 semaines, le Canada, le Mexique.
Weeks ago, Mexico, the United States, and Canada have united to welcome the world for the occasion of the biggest sports event in the planet, the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup.
OAS. And tonight, Canada and Toronto will play host to Panama's second group stage match against Croatia. Across borders, across languages, and across cultures, in a spirit of shared effort, are hosting the world on the biggest stage. Ce même esprit doit nous guider.
This is what guides us today.
When the world order has ruptured, the OAS space where our hemisphere can still sit able to find common purpose. And let me open by reaffirming that Canada is a committed to the OAS, as we have been since we joined in 19. Le Canada aborde
Canada now on pragmatism based on the principles of our hemisphere and the demands of our whole region.
Focused on what we can build together. We are strengthening our security capability at home with a new defense industrial strategy. We're deepening our partnerships abroad. We've signed over 20 security agreements on 5 continents in the last year alone. And we are doing so with a clear sense of the moment that we are living in. As the Canadian Mike writes, history is the gradual instant. Change is never a single moment. It is something we build together, step by step. And today I would like to touch on several key areas of partnerships: our values, our security, democracy, shared prosperity, and resilience. With the global rise of authoritarianism and decline of trust in institutions, it's absolutely critical that we continue to defend democracy and uphold human rights. Canada invests approximately 26% of democratic governance assistance in the Americas. In fact, this is our second largest regional focus.
Canada supports the work of the Department of Cooperation, observation of elections in the Hemisphere.
Observation missions across the region and encountering disinformation efforts, increasing women's political participation, and strengthening civil society engagement in electoral processes. As we strengthen democratic institutions, we must also advance the rights and protections that make participation meaningful. And I'm happy to announce that Canada is today confirming its ratification of the Belém do Pará Convention, a historic instrument that has guided efforts to prevent and eradicate violence against women for more than 3 decades. Cela renforce notre engagement commun.
Our common engagement to human rights and full participation, equality, and significant participation of women and diverse people of different diversities and genres and throughout the world is of critical importance for us.
Because are becoming complex. Transnational organized crime is undermining institutions, it is driving violence, and it is limiting economic opportunity. Criminal networks exploit gaps in and seek to position themselves as alternative providers of protection and livelihood. Our response, our collective response, must be rooted in the rule of law, in effective institutions, and in respect for human rights. That is why today I am announcing $35.3 in new support to strengthen security, stability, and disaster resilience across the Americas. This funding will provide $16.8 million to strengthen maritime security and combat transnational crime in the Caribbean. Provide $9.5 million to support security and stabilization efforts in Haiti, including the Haitian National Police and the Gang Suppression Force. Contribute $3.5 million to support peace building and implementation of the peace process in Colombia. Renew Canada's support for rapid disaster response across the Caribbean, and provide $5.5 million to help recover from Hurricane Melissa and strengthen against future disasters. Together, colleagues, these investments will help to build a more secure and more resilient hemisphere. Il s'agit de mesures.
These are practical measures we need to coordinate that reflect our common responsibility to regional security.
Is a priority. It underpins stability, economic resilience, and the protection of marine ecosystems. That is why Canada is investing in practical measures to help Caribbean partners combat illegal arms and drug flows, particularly those affecting Haiti maritime approaches. Haiti remains the most urgent collective. Violence and institutional collapse are devastating daily life. Millions are displaced. Food insecurity is widespread. Women and children remain at acute risk. The situation demands sustained and coordinated institutional and international action. Canada underscores and welcomes the leadership of the Organization of States, including its role in supporting efforts for the Gang Suppression Force in Haiti. We do need to be ambitious, and we thank members that have contributed personnel and funding, and we encourage others to step forward. Solutions remain essential to Haiti's future. Now, the Gang Suppression Force one of the strongest opportunities in years to help restore security, enable Haitians to rebuild their country. Its mandate before the UN Security Council set for renewal this September, advocacy will be critical. I look forward to continuing this work together in New York and ask for your advocacy also. Across the region, we remain deeply concerned by deteriorating human rights. In Nicaragua, the death of indigenous Rivera, while in state underscores the risks of systemic repression. We call on Daniel Ortega and Rosaria Murillo to uphold their human rights obligations and return to a path of democratic governance. In Venezuela, Canada stands to support a Venezuelan-led return to democracy because strong, independent institutions are the surest path to stability and prosperity. Canada, however, remains deeply concerned by the hundreds of political prisoners who remain detained by Venezuelan authorities, and we call for their. Cuba remains at a critical juncture. Canada is extremely concerned by the deteriorating humanitarian and conditions in Cuba, including shortages of essential goods and services. Canada calls for meaningful reforms that respect the rights of citizens and expand economic opportunities. Continue to support a Cuban-led transition consistent with international law and respect for state sovereignty and territorial integrity. In Bolivia, Canada remains deeply concerned by violent protests against the democratically elected government of President Rodrigo Paz. Canada reiterates its support for the Bolivian people in their right to a free, a peaceful, and democratic existence, as well as respect for the rule of law.
I would now like to talk about shared prosperity with the resilience. We are
Latin America and the Caribbean. In fact, our direct investment in the region reached $517.8 billion in 2025. Canada has more free trade agreements in the Americas than in any other region in the world. Two-way merchandise trade has grown by 53% over the last 5 years. Colleagues, stronger economies abroad means stronger economies at home. And diversification is how we build both. As the global order becomes more fragmented, the Americas must be a source of stability. Strengthening regional supply chains, energy cooperation, and digital infrastructure is part of how we build that stability together. In conclusion, dear ministers and colleagues, the Organization of American States remains a place where our hemisphere can find common purpose. The assumptions that once shaped and with purpose. Gracias. Thank you. Merci.
Muchas gracias, Anita. Gracias, Canadá. Vamos a la foto.
Thank you very much, Canada. And we're now going to have a photo. And after that, we will go for lunch. Just a quick announcement. The General Committee will begin shortly, right at 5 o'clock, actually. So you don't have much time to lunch. Thank you.